Okay, is everybody ready to go?
Let's do it.
Okay, this is the November 17th meeting of the Yellow Springs Village Council. We're starting at 6 o'clock for the last of many budget hearings. It's actually been it's been a great process, and we appreciate Melissa and the rest of the village staff for the amount of time they've spent. Patty working with the staff and getting all of this ready and kind of walking us through a pretty complex process. So tonight, the purpose of the meeting tonight is basically to review everything we've done so far. So we've gotten through all the funds. We've gotten through the general funds, special revenue funds, and all the enterprise funds. We've talked about capital projects. And this is basically to wrap it all together, to pull some of the changes that staff worked through as we worked through the budget process. So, Patty, do you have anything to add? Just turn it over to Melissa.
And should we just go ahead and call roll?
Oh, yes, that would be a good idea.
No.
Thank you, sorry.
Didn't want to miss my moment there. Okay. Winthrop.
Here.
Asplund.
Yes.
Sims.
Here.
House.
Here.
McQueen.
Here.
Also President's Finance Director Melissa Van Zant and Village Manager Patty Bates.
Thank you.
And the only thing that I would like to add is that Melissa has been indispensable in this process, and she has done an incredible job, and I just want to thank her very much for making my life easier. So,
Thank you. Melissa, the floor is yours.
All right. I've got stuff everywhere, as usual. Okay. Let me, so the budget document was all in one. Well, all together. It wasn't broken out into separate pieces. So we've got one large budget document, and then I also updated fund balance projections based upon a few of the changes that were made and included in the budget. And where did so these two things are going to kind of go hand in hand. I didn't put projected year-end fund balances just because it's kind of not finished, and I don't want to. I didn't want to add them in there. I probably should have at this point in the game, but I got this to Judy very late on Friday. So, but if you take a look at our beginning fund balances and we can tie them back to where the year-end projections are, I think maybe we can first start out with going through there and where it stands, and then I can go back and tell you some of the things I did, or I can start with telling you the things that I updated, and then we could go back and look at the fund balance projections. So it's up to you guys, however you want to start. Might make more sense if I kind of go through and tell you guys what I did first.
Yep.
So that you know what was included. Okay, I had a whole list of changes that I had to make. I did a whole sweep of wages and benefits to make sure all that stuff was okay. There was one personnel change within the general fund. Patty had me take out the planner, so the planning and zoning department should have less personnel cost than previously. So she did take that out.
part-time person, Mary Ann.
Yeah, the part-time person. So that was updated. There was also two things that affected most areas of the budget. I had been working with Bruce, and the computers in the building, with the exception of the police department, are all past their prime, and they are operating Vista, which is no longer supported. So his suggestion was that it's time, if we don't do it in 2015, it could be disastrous if we don't update the computers. So we did an inventory of everybody that needed them. Some people needed monitors, some people didn't. He told us how much it would cost to migrate the software and everything and purchase the new software for the computers. And the bottom line on that with all of them was about $23,000. However, it was spread over all of the departments. So everybody in this building, minus the PD, as I said, needed computers. So let me find that sheet. The total cost was going to be $23,390.50. And that was taking the conservative approach. I broke it out by department, had Bruce look at it again. He sent Patty and I a justification as to why we needed the new computers, which we haven't had computers in like 6 years. They do operate very sluggishly. and Vista's no longer supported. So he said if we don't put it in now, then it could be bad. So the effect that had, council $1,600, administration $2,900, planning $3,200, mayor's court $1,600. So those were all from the general fund, and that would be approximately 6 computers. We had one for Parks and Rec at $1,600. Electric would be purchasing 3 at $53.75. Water would be purchasing 2 for $26.25. Sewer treatment and sewer collection would be getting 3, and that's approximately $3,500 or $4,500. So that's kind of the wrap up. Not everybody needed monitors, like I said, but we did need to purchase 15 new computers. So I went ahead and spread that between all of the departments that needed them. So that is included in there. So.
And those are state prices?
Yes.
Those are state bid prices on the computers?
So since the impact was minimal per department, Patty and I had talked, and we just went ahead and put them in there for operating supplies. So that's where we put them. Another thing that affected all of the departments was a cost of living increase. Patty is going to bring a resolution for a 2% increase, which has been in here all along. So that is something that is included, and if it is or isn't something that council would support, I can make the necessary changes if you guys decide not to support that, because it is already built in.
The process that we have kind of decided to use was to do a survey of surrounding communities and what.
And we did do that, Ruth Ann did do that, and some of them were 1.5, and some of them were 2.5 to 3, what they were giving. Some weren't giving any because of their fiscal condition. But we did do the survey, and it was, as you would expect, kind of spread out. Okay. We chose, in talking with Melissa, we chose a middle-of-the-road approach that we thought would be appropriate under the circumstances. Council can change that.
Have we done a wage comparison? I mean, that's the increase comparison. Have we done a wage comparison?
We have not. We have not done a wage comparison, to my knowledge, recently.
Yeah, I don't remember doing one since we've been on council, or since I've been on council.
Miami University does every year. Their Center for Management and Government does do a wage survey every year. I can see if that's available. That's a voluntary survey. Not everyone participates in it, so you may not get the results of, this area. But that would be the place I would start if that's something the council wants to look at.
And I know that Kent had in the budget last year in the Capitol where he wanted to do that. And then he ended up taking it off kind of in the middle of the capital budget. But I do remember him broaching that subject at the beginning of the budget process last year.
Oh, to actually do that survey.
To actually do a pay reclassification study, yeah. And then kind of in the middle of everything, he kind of took that off the table. So I do remember that was included last year.
I can certainly do some research for council before the next meeting and have it in your packet.
It would be good to have a little sense for where we stack up as we're trying to make this decision.
Okay.
My own employer is going through similar, going through budget problems, and so the issue of how much are we paid, what's our peer group, how are we comparing, because we've had many years without raises. So I would like to have a sense of our baseline.
Okay.
I'm just wondering if, I don't know how much work or expense goes into this, but I'm wondering if it would make sense to do it before next year's, do it after our budget.
Well, even if she could do it just a little bit, I don't expect it to be extensive.
It's generally not difficult to do something like that. I mean, if Miami University doesn't have it, then you just place a few phone calls to similar agencies and ask them to send you their pay scale. Now, the difficulty that you run into is that sometimes you're not comparing apples to apples. For instance, their streets department may have different duties than our street department. They may have more or less, and you have to get the job descriptions and compare that. But I should be able to have that together for council.
And you said that the cost of living increase will come in a resolution, or?
However, it normally, if it's part of the if it's part of the budget, then it can be passed in the budget. And right now, it's in there at 2%, and unless council chooses to change that.
I thought we normally, I believe we normally do as a separate legislation, a separate piece of legislation. Judy can check that.
Yeah, you do.
Okay.
Generally do.
But then the question would be, when do you want that brought? Do you want it brought to the December 1st? Is it a resolution or an ordinance?
It's a resolution.
Okay, so it only takes one reading.
So why don't you bring it
But-
to the second one, maybe?
I can,
Yeah, I
yeah.
think
I'll
that
bring
would
the information on the wage survey to the next meeting. Council can make a decision. We'll bring it to the second meeting for
Yeah.
the legislation.
And if
to
you've
the
got
second
the
meeting.
records of what you looked at for arriving at the 2% number, that would be, you may as well give us all that
Yeah,
information.
Ruth Ann probably has that as well.
Okay.
Is that for all employees, or is it just supervisors? or-
It's all employees, except myself. So,
So basically for the general fund, those were the only changes. Brian did notice something. We got a new Miller Fellow for HRC. I stuck them in mediation, so I just need to move that personnel cost from mediation into HRC. And I'll also increase the revenue from the YS Community Foundation grant that we get. I talked to Brian today about that because I was unsure what the time frame was on them and if I needed to budget for them, you know, getting revenue for, or that grant every quarter. And he told me to include at least 3 quarters so that they would be on a full year and 3 quarters within 2015. So I will update that as well.
Okay.
So that was, I think that those are the major things with the general fund. I also put in figures for the general fund as of October 31st and then kind of reran my projections. I didn't have time to do that for all the other funds. I decided to do that on Friday and it took way longer than what I thought it was going to, so I didn't get to update the rest of them, but I didn't see anything tricky with the rest of them. There was one other one, and I'll get to that. It was the sewer, and there was an additional jet back payment, though the payment from 2013 was paid in 14, so there were 2 jet back payments in 2014, and I wasn't anticipating that until the 2014 payment came up, and we'd already paid what we had allocated. So that will have to be included in the supplemental appropriation, which will come at the next meeting as well. So for the general fund, those were the major highlights. So if anybody has any questions about the general fund, we can hit on those.
I have a question about rent from the library. Have we worked that out?
we have not. The last that I talked to, cannot remember. No, Carl. He was going to go and talk to his board at the next meeting, and then he and I were going to sit down. And I believe his board actually just met, because it was several weeks before the board was going to meet, and he hasn't gotten back to me yet. So,
Should we anticipate, hopefully, that there will be some additional rent coming in from the library? I mean, that was my
I don't-
understanding of the plan.
I don't think that we should count on that, because that's going to be a fairly long negotiation, and I think that that's something that's going to take some time to work out, so I don't think that I would actually
Okay.
count on any revenue.
And another thing worth noting is I did readjust our income tax revenue, because when we had went through the general fund, we had received that extra net profit from YSI. And so I was including that in my projection, and because I hadn't gotten that full explanation from Rita as to where that came from and what's going to happen in 2015, so I did readjust based on that information as well.
Because we said that was a one-time kind of thing.
It wasn't a one-time thing, but we didn't, I don't think that, I know that I'm trying to speak off the top of my head here, but we've received some, none, received
Right.
some. I don't think that we received anything from them in 2013, so 2014 was a really heavy loaded year. So we can't expect that to happen again. And we will get some from 2014 received in 15, but they told us not to bank on that because it can fluctuate so much. So I did readjust that projection for that revenue piece. So that's the general fund, and I have a projection end of the year, let's see, I'm trying to flip all my pages, at a deficit of $399,680. And if we look at our fund balance projections, we will start the year with approximately $1,699,736. So that's kind of where the general fund stands as of now. Any questions on the general fund? Okay, we'll go into special revenue funds. And I didn't make any changes to any of the special revenue funds that I remember. It wasn't in any of my notes to make any changes, so those should have stayed as is because they didn't really have any, except for the street fund with the backhoe, which was talked about at the last meeting. I had included that, but it didn't really have much of an effect overall. So that backhoe was included, but none of the other funds had it. The Parks and Rec fund didn't have anything coming out of it. The Green Space Fund, I did include the $25,000 to remove invasives. I think that was already in there though. But I did take out the transfer. Is that how what you all recollect was taking out the transfer of $25,000? Because I did remove that. So that would have taken the transfers down in the general fund, and then you wouldn't see that money coming into the Green Space Fund. So other than that, there wasn't anything that happened within the Parks and Rec. There's always a transfer in from the general fund to offset the expenditures because there's only small bits of money that come into the streets and the parks.
I had a question in parks expenditure personnel services, which is just $30,000. Does that mean, I know that the parks personnel expenses will get broken out of streets and parks and everything, but it seems so low.
It just has to do with the distribution of the wages. I think that they're only, that come out of the actual, like none of the Bryan Center youth staff come out of the Parks Fund. There is Jason and I think 3 on his crew.
Yes. Yeah.
So it just has to do with the distribution. I don't remember what it is off the top of my head, but it might only be 20% of those people's wages.
Well,
Because it's seasonal.
And one thing too is I asked Jason to cut his seasonals back from 8 months to 6 months next year, and to plan on having them for 6 months instead of 8. So that is one thing that also went into effect there, is that he's only going to have them for 6 months instead of 8.
But all of his staff is distributed between streets, parks, and sewer collection. So they go between the 3 departments.
And then the Bryan Center.
It could be 15%.
And the Bryan Center personnel come out of
They're separate.
Bryan Center.
Bryan Center, yep.
So like
That's the
Sam
work on Gaunt Park, Ellis Pond, Beatty Hughes, or whatever.
Beatty Hughes, Bill Duncan, yes.
The Glass Pond.
Yes, all of those in addition to their duties as, on the streets and the sewer collection
And
system,
here, I
yes.
don't know if
Yeah.
that's what they do.
Yeah,
That's
here.
probably Bryan Center, though.
I don't know, do you take the skate park stuff out of Bryan Center, or do you do that
Well, I
because
mean,
it's-
the wages pays for, it just pays a percentage of their salary. I think it might be 15, it might be 20%, and
Because they also do stuff regarding streets.
yes.
and-
Mhm.
You set it in the computer and you tell it to take X
I know, I'm
percent
just,
of
but
it.
I'm thinking of it, it says, it's saying that for our staff, we're spending in wages 30,000 a year on our parks, plus there's 26,000.
That's correct.
Which is maybe the pool.
That's correct.
It's not a lot. Okay.
Okay, so does anybody have any questions with special revenue funds, because there weren't really any changes there?
The other question I have was about the Economic Development Fund, 122,000. Is that just sitting?
Right now it is, yeah.
Yes.
I mean, that will be something that the AVM will be working with, is the economic development and the revolving loan thing, yeah.
I thought all that money had been taken out of there.
Well, is that money that was coming in from the old revolving loan fund? People
Yeah, because
saying
that's down
separate.
below.
That's
And
right.
that's,
That's right.
I mean, what's going on with that? Why isn't that, I guess that's a good question, why isn't that being carried over, the 11,261? 2012 was the last time there was anything in the revolving loan fund.
Yeah, I don't think we ever authorized the payment out of that.
Yeah, I mean, there should be, actually, there should be about $20,000 in there.
You mean coming in?
No,
Well,
total.
nothing's
coming in.
Stable, just stable, that's the fund balance.
Yeah,
That-
nothing, well, in 2013, it looks like there was really tiny things that occurred. Nothing has happened within 2014 at all.
Well, what also I do believe happened is that those two funds got interspersed, got commingled mistakenly. For whatever reason, Sharon commingled those two accounts. And at some point, we probably do need to figure out, there is somewhere in the neighborhood of $20,000 in that revolving loan fund. We haven't gotten one of those reports in quite a while, but that should be pretty easy to track. We have the reports of, I mean, Judy, maybe you could go back and find the last report. And that's money, that's CDBG money that John Chambers, our ex-attorney, has said we need to kind of keep, and we can only use it under certain circumstances. So we need to make sure we've identified those funds.
Yeah, you are correct. Those two departments are rolling up within that fund, that starting fund balance of 122, and that money is commingled, I can tell
Right.
you that. And the revolving loan fund documentation that I have hasn't been updated in quite a while, so I think it'll take a couple of us kind of laying eyes on it to try to
Okay.
figure that out.
That would be good.
Also, speaking, that kind of brings me to something, it has to do with budget, but it's kind of an offspring that I had mentioned, with some of our grant funds from CBE. I've got the auditor coming in tomorrow. I found where the general fund had paid some things that they weren't supposed to, and we've got the ODOT grant fund from the CBE has like $103,000 sitting in it, and that grant account is closed. So I found that the general fund had paid quite a few invoices, so she's gonna lay eyes on those tomorrow morning. She's gonna be here at 7:30 to meet me. And I think I have it figured out, and it could result in about $71,000 coming back to the general fund.
Oh,
So that is a good thing. Let's see here. So special revenue funds, does anybody have any other questions? And the Furtherance of Justice Fund, in regards to the police cruiser, we are still trying to get a definitive answer on that, so it's not I didn't include that anywhere in the budget in the FOJ or the general fund, but it's likely something that we'll probably
But the chief
readdress
did
later.
remove the cruiser.
Yes, he did?
Yeah.
Okay. I seen that he had something in the packet, but I didn't read through it. Special revenue?
no,
Good? Okay.
Thanks.
All right, the next pages, starting on page 12, is our capital projects and debt service funds. Based on some of the projects that council wished to move forward with off of the capital budget that we discussed the last time, I had included a few of those. The Parks and Rec Improvement Fund, we might want to go ahead and take a look at the updated capital budget that I had put in the packet. Patty and I sat and we'd taken a look at all of the projects that were listed, and I was checking off things that council said definitely let's do that, but there were a few items that were hanging out that we weren't really sure if council felt strongly that should be included in the budget or not included in the budget, so I did highlight those for discussion this evening because those highlighted items are not in the budget. So anything with a check mark on it on your capital budget, the new one, were things that I had included into the budget that's before you. The Parks and Rec Improvement Fund, I did put in the softball fencing and warning track and repainting the interior and the lines on the pool. So those two things total that $57,000 that you see there. Let's see.
So is it just those the yellow items that you want us to discuss?
Yeah, the yellow items, Patty and I didn't get a sense that council had
Said
strongly
yes
felt
or
one
no.
way or the other about those things, so we do need to maybe revisit those.
And we did, the one thing that is under Parks and Rec that we did get a clarification on, I think both Melissa and I feel very, very comfortable that if council chooses to purchase the mower, it can come out of Parks and Rec.
Which
Melissa,
has
do
a
you-
pretty big fund balance, right?
Yes, Parks and Rec
On those
has
300.
282,766, and actually the Ellis Park improvements, I did include those. I have 57,500 in expenditures in there. Where did the 500 come from though? I need to take a look at that.
Well, you must have included the 18, no, the 500 came from the pool guardhouse
Yeah,
roof. It's 10,500.
The pool guardhouse, yes, you're right.
That's where
So
the-
it wasn't Ellis Park, you're right. It was softball fencing,
Well-
repainting the interior lines on the pool, the pottery shop drop ceiling lights, and the pool
Yeah.
guardhouse roof.
Yep,
Those
that's
are the
50,000.
things that I included in there. I have the old version in front of me.
well, I have a question though.
Yeah.
Because the total that you have is an even number, it's 94,000? Or what are the,
There's two 500s.
but she's saying she didn't include the mower.
No, that's if, 94 is if we do
If we do
everything.
Oh, if we do everything, got
Yeah,
ya.
94 is the adding up of that column, should be anyway.
Right.
And I've got the bad version, obviously. Pool guardhouse roof was 10.5. Pottery shop drop ceiling lights were 8,000. The softball warning fence 14,000. The pool repainting is 25,000. So yeah, if you add those up, that's the 57.5.
Okay.
So those are all right now sitting in the Parks and Rec Improvement Fund, and we'll have a beginning fund balance of 282,766. So the Ellis Park improvements and the mower are the two items that still need to be discussed that could come out of that fund.
My thing about the Ellis Park is that it seems to me that we should be, the project we should be sure we're doing is the bridge. There was one approach about some potential funding, that there was a family that would consider donating money for that project. There hasn't been any contact back, so I think that the likelihood of that isn't very high.
Did we get the sketch for them?
Not yet.
Okay, well, that's part of why we've been waiting.
No,
to-
I haven't heard any, I
Oh.
emailed the people, have not gotten any
I see.
response.
Okay.
So potentially, if we want to make sure that the bridge, at least the one bridge gets done this year, that would be something that we would have to pay for then.
And the tree committee has some funds for that too, is that right?
The tree committee, I believe, said they have about $5,000. Jason, do you have a ballpark figure on the one bridge that you and I talked about, right there by the
Just depends on
spill?
what type you want to put in there. If you want to put in a wooden bridge, we can probably do it for the 25. If you want to put in a structure that's going to last a long time, like it was first proposed, $25,000 isn't going to get you hardly anywhere.
And at one time, there was the thought of putting in some culverts and some gravel over it and just
Yeah.
doing something very simple.
Well, the wooden bridge would include two culverts underneath it to allow the water flow to continue, and they would also support the structure over the top, I believe is the plan.
You mean it would be a covered?
No, it would be a walkway over the top of the culverts, but the culverts would actually help support the bridge.
Right, yeah.
So that would, a wooden bridge, apparently Jason feels 25,000 would put the two culverts in and put in the one wooden bridge. So,
I guess personally, I think it would be hard to justify whatever that 70, 60,000, whatever it was gonna be, to put in that metal bridge.
It was 70, 35 times 2.
the 25, we're just talking about one bridge though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Would that be something, I mean, we would contract that out, the wooden bridge.
Yeah. We would have to, yeah.
The Eagle Scout project?
The
never-
Eagle Scout project has actually been moved to be the other bridge over the, if you're looking at Ellis Park and the shelter is here, behind the shelter, there's another.
The small one?
Smaller one,
bridge, yeah.
that
Okay.
we thought might be more appropriate,
Right.
because that's a fairly large span across that spillway. So, although I will also say that, you know, potentially you could have two Eagle Scout projects if they have enough people in the village could perhaps purchase the materials and let the Eagle Scout build the bridge under Jason's supervision. I mean, there are
Right.
ways to do that. I mean, I guess my suggestion would be if it's something that council wants to see happen, allocate the funds and we can look into the best way to achieve it for the funds that we have.
Jason, can you reiterate what you told us about the mower last time? 'Cause I thought we had kind of, I mean, you seem like to think we pretty much needed that, right?
Yeah, what we have now is a 1984 Ford tractor, in which we are having to modify truck parts to keep this thing operational. So, we're in definite need of this new mower.
Yeah. Well,
Plus, it's 2.5 foot bigger than what we currently have, so it'll cut our mowing time almost in half.
I was going to say, that's probably the biggest cost when we're talking about labor is mowing
so
grass, right?
I'm
For
fine
park?
with the new mower. Will we be able to park that inside?
Yes.
Actually, that's going to be a topic of discussion later as well.
Okay.
Because I have some information on the building.
And what was the purpose of the aggregate around the pond, around Ellis Pond?
It's just to prevent, aesthetics, mainly, it's just to prevent the kids from slipping and falling on the concrete slabs that are out there now.
There are broken up concrete slabs that have been put around the pond as, to serve as riprap, essentially. And the kids will stand on them to play in the water and end up falling and potentially getting hurt.
But isn't the gravel potentially just hiding hiding something, and that it would be just as dangerous if they fall on it?
I thought you were saying that, that would make it safer.
It will make it safer. It doesn't give the big surface for water and moss to accumulate, so it's not as slick.
Okay.
Like Karen said, though, there is the threat, because it is aggregate, it's going to move, but it's less likely that kids will fall in from this.
And there also is an issue that some of the environmentalists that I've talked to have concerns that some of the plants around the pond be preserved. So I was going to see if this week we could walk around the pond to see where the aggregate would go and what areas should be conserved.
Well, essentially, the aggregate would go all the way around.
Well, apparently there are some species that people on the tree committee and some environmentalists feel like should be preserved, and there are some areas where there have been some ducks nesting that they would also like to be preserved. So
The aggregate would go on it wouldn't go around the top, it would go on the banks that are slanted.
Yes.
It's not going to be on the top, which is probably where the ducks are nesting. But I'm just, as a
I don't
matter
know,
of
but
explanation.
Macy Reynolds said she would like to look around, Macy and Patsy Perry, and I was hoping we could do that sometime.
I'm less certain about the aggregate as the best solution, but I guess I'm just uncertain about it.
Do we have to decide about the capital project for Ellis Park right now?
We just can allocate some money. I mean, what we can do is say we're allocating
that.
funds and
Yeah.
then,
Right.
I think that would be good. I'd like to see us have a plan for really all the parks over a several-year period of time of
Yeah.
things that we want to do. And
There is an old master plan.
Yeah. And I
Way
will,
old.
yeah. and
Like
I
the one we
will-
got for Gaunt Park in the packet, which was cool.
I will tell you that the second shelter at Ellis is definitely in need of a new
Yes.
roof.
Yeah.
And the removal of the trees is something that I believe is in there virtually every year for some of the dead trees that are our responsibility. So,
Well, I like the idea of allocating some funds and
Mhm.
then spending a little more time deciding how,
So-
what they will be used for.
So I would say we could allocate all of these funds and that are currently marked, but I would like to come back to the discussion of the aggregate, and we can, I think maybe we should make sure that we have a discussion of the bridge early in the year, because I don't think this is a place where we're really able to talk about
Well,
that.
just understand that the bridge is not included in that 94, so if we're going to add the bridge,
No.
we do have to add.
So we have $18,000 for Ellis Pond in this budget. Is that right?
So do we want to add the additional 25 for the bridge?
Or bring it up to 25 total?
Well, no.
Well, that
we
won't
need-
get all the projects
We
done.
need the additional 25 to get that bridge.
If we did everything.
If we did everything, right.
I'd like to see it put in and then let Jason and Patty work to determine what is the best solution for the bridge.
I would prefer to put the bridge in and take the aggregate out for now. At least let the environmental committee, it sounds like there's enough questions about whether that's the best way to deal with the problem. It would be good to have some, so that would be my suggestion.
So have 31,000 in that fund? What, 5 for the trees, 25 for the bridge, and 30, and 1 for the roof?
Yeah, if I'm adding correctly, it'd be a total of 105.
Yeah, but I'm still concerned about those slabs of concrete that are set in there that are dangerous. So, you know. I read
We can
this-
always allocate more money, though. I mean, we
Well, I
can
read
always
this,
decide down
you
the
know.
road that, so maybe we can have Jason, Environmental Commission, Mary Ann, Tree Committee, kind of do a review of Ellis, decide what, acknowledging that that's an issue that needs to be taken care of. We've got to deal with the fact that if it's unsafe, that's the priority of the village. And then the environmental issues need to be addressed also. But I think our priority is that we create a safe situation.
But I'd like to cap it, you know, see, you know, we got 12,000 here, okay, folks, what can we do here versus coming back with something that you can't live with, you know, give them a figure to work with.
All right, so is now the suggestion to include, just add the 25 on top of this?
That's my suggestion, just add the 25 on top of it, leave the 12 there. If they can come up with something better, but, and do it for 12 or less, but I just,
43.
because
Yeah,
history
no, I
says,
agree.
because we did that with the bridge, and we came back with $70,000 for a bridge, and we still don't have a bridge, so.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
I'm fine
Okay,
with that.
I'm fine.
43,000 additional Parks and Rec improvement
Not-
fund?
No.
Not additional, 25 additional.
Well,
Yeah.
43,000 total to the amount that I've already included in the budget, I guess I should clarify.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
A total of 119 is what I have.
Okay, then that would be it for the capital
Oh,
project.
I have one other question. It's not in the yellow, but it's about the Sutton crew quarters.
That's taken out.
I know, but I thought you felt it was really important.
Well, I feel that the shower, the decontamination shower and the washer and dryer are very important. But in discussing it with Johnny and Jason, we think that we can find a way to bring that in at a lesser cost and take it out of operating.
Oh,
And so that's the premise that we're working from now.
okay.
Great.
So what about these other two projects? The remote meters and the other two things that are highlighted? Remote meters and software and the blowers at the sewer treatment plant.
The remote meters, Johnny and I worked on a proposal for that. He's got copies. This gives a brief. You got one left? Okay. This gives a background on the whole remote meter project. This is something that Laura Curlis had started. It was her plan to replace water meters with remote meters, and basically what we've spent so far on this project is $27,327 on 10 remote read water meters and the software, which has not been installed. And we are paying annual licensing fees of $3,000 for this. So 6 of these meters were installed. The software to integrate the handhelds hasn't been, because there's another piece. Our utility billing software would need to be brought up to code in order to handle those remote reads. So what we did was we took a look at what it would cost to replace water meters and electric meters, because right now the water is read every 3 months, electric is read every month. The electric meters are significantly less expensive than the water meters. The water fund is, you know, kind of in bad shape right now. We've got a lot of other projects. We don't really want this money that we've already spent towards remote meters to kind of just be for naught or forgotten. So we had taken a look, and we have 3 sections of town, and these are how your account codes are broken up for your bills. We have the 100s, the 200s, and the 300s, and that's corresponded down here by sections 1, 2, and 3 on the first page. And the number of meters is included there and what it would cost. We were proposing that we get remote read meters for section 3, because that is the largest section and the most difficult water read section as well. We have also, we're putting the finishing touches on a grant, a BWC safety grant, to get the middle figure taken care of, the $63,000 that's in section 1. So I'm hoping that we can submit that grant. Hopefully, I think we're supposed to meet again tomorrow. I'm not really sure, but again this week, and hopefully get that grant off the ground to try to get some of these electric meters replaced in the other book, or the other cycle. If we purchase electric meters, it's going to increase the accuracy of the reads quite a bit. And it's also going to take less pressure off of the meter readers to possibly be able to read water more often. If we were to get all of the electric meters replaced, we could collect the reads within the village in just a matter of hours. So it would take 1 day, and then that would free them up to be able to actually go and read the water possibly every month. So that's kind of what we did. Was we put together this proposal, and it's got the quotes attached to it. So if anybody has any questions, Johnny's here too, so I know that we both have interest in this project, just because the billing part of it and the accuracy of that is in my group, and the actual meter readers are under Johnny's group, so it's kind of a shared interest.
So does doing partial and not just doing electric and not water, I mean, does that pose any problems?
No, the water can be done at a separate time. The electric, what would happen is he would walk or drive, and as he's reading the water, it will automatically get the electrics all the way around. So we can do the electric, and then when we're done the electric, we go back and start doing all the water. The water is very expensive to do.
And I believe that we have had a couple of water meters lately that we have found are not functioning the way they should be, which has caused billing problems for the residents. So for us to be able to actually read them every month, if we do this and we can read the water every month, that will catch those poorly functioning or non-functioning meters more quickly.
Or even leaks.
Or even
I mean,
leaks.
leaks are a big thing. If they're only
Yeah.
read every 3 months, if somebody has a leak in
Yeah.
January and they're not read until March, it can cause a huge problem for people.
Okay.
Do we replace damaged ones? So if they're problematic ones, are we replacing them with remotely, are we replacing them with new
No.
meters,
We're just
can we?
replacing them with regular meters because they did not finish the software program to be able to change it over to the remotes.
But the meters that we're replacing with can have an antenna added
Correct.
so that they can become
They
remote
can
read by
become
adding.
remote.
A remote read has not only the regular meter, but it has an antenna that goes with it. In this case, you would just add the antenna.
And if we got the remote system started with the electric, we could actually go ahead and order a few water meters at the same time, to where if one does break in the wintertime or it's not reading right, we can actually replace it because the software's in place. And we can do those as we go. And a big deal with the electric meters is the staff is able to change the electric meters on all of them versus the water, we may have to have a plumber come in.
Because some of them are inside people's homes, and we can't do work inside people's homes. That adds a huge amount of cost to the water.
Right. I am still a little confused about this first paragraph about the history. So we spent this money to put these 10 in. It was kind of a pilot program, was basically the idea. We'll try it with just a few and see how it works. But it sounds like we've never really been able to even pilot it because we don't really, and yet we're spending this licensing every month, even though we can't actually use the
Yearly.
It's yearly. The
Sorry.
utility billing software was never brought up to speed to be able to handle receiving the remote reads. So that part just kind of fell off. But there was also the utility billing software. Well, the finance software kind of changed over, turnover in staff. I can see how this happened. So.
It sounds like it is a little bit, you have to get a lot of software kind of talking to each other. Finance software as well as this, whatever's running the remote.
The handhelds.
And that probably changed, oh, yeah.
The handheld software has already been purchased. So all we need to do is just finish the second half of that and make our utility billing software be able to accept those reads. And that cost us $2,200. I've got a quote from SSI, so.
Oh, okay.
We've already spent
Okay.
$30,000 to sit
Yeah.
in a closet, and we didn't put the other $3,000 in there for the software to be able to make it read. They've just been entering it by hand for the last 3 years.
Right, so that's ridiculous. Right.
Okay, I think we should do it.
So one question is, will making a commitment to the, what is it, Section 3, will that have any impact on the grant? I mean, would that help us to get the grant, or?
We were writing it as to not include that software cost, that $2,200, because, I mean, A, the grant hasn't been turned in yet, but
Right.
In terms of impact, I think that BWC may look at it, you know, since we're putting more of a commitment up by the village and supporting this project, it might make them a little bit more apt to give us a little bit extra.
The BWC does not allow the purchase of software or training.
Okay.
For safety stuff, so that way we did the meters.
Yeah, I think Brian's question was if council commits to do Section 3 and
Of
we
the
note that in
Oh, I
the
think we
grant,
would, yes.
would that
It would be
include?
positive.
Absolutely.
Yes, good. I would think so.
Because it's a $40,000 grant, and we have to put in $13,000 to get to $40,000.
But if council commits to doing the 90,
First section.
Right, and you
Yeah.
could call it a continuation. I mean, as you're
Right.
writing the grant, that in 2015, we're going to begin by installing, you know,
Right.
so that would be good.
Getting the water to be read every month is a big deal to me. All the residents and business owners that get the bills are often confused because of the estimations and the fact that leaks can occur and they're not caught until months later. I mean, it is a huge headache, and I mean, but the water would be almost $500,000 to replace. So yeah, $457,000 to replace water meters if we were to do all of them. The electric's less than half of that.
So, Johnny, these numbers, is that about all you feel like you could do in a year anyway?
Correct. Section 3 would be, it's going to be everything we can do to get done.
So it doesn't, so there's no point in allocating more money or saying, let's do more, we'll just save it for another budget year. Okay.
Okay, well, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, that's
Thank
good.
you, and thank you for that good explanation. I really appreciate it, and all the work. Melissa, you're doing a great job. Thank you.
And rebuilding the blowers, I think that Patty may have better insight on this. I know that Joe said that these are really old, 26 years old. Not really sure what the blowers do because that's not not my thing. But
You have to have the blowers. The blowers are normally in the aeration pits to stir your sludge. I'm trying to phrase this politely. Stir your sludge to keep your bacteria active and aerated. So the blowers are a necessary part of the sewer treatment at the water reclamation facility. If these blowers are 26 years old, as Joe says, I'm surprised that he's kept them running that long. So kudos to Joe for that and whoever his predecessor was. But they are a necessary part, and
they're about 10,000 each?
they're about 10,000 each. Pumps are about
So
5
he's
and blowers are
suggesting
10.
2 this year and 1 next year?
That's correct.
Yeah, I mean, we invested $2.5 million in that plant. It seems kind of silly to
Right.
argue about $20,000 or $30,000. It's hard to believe it didn't get done. I don't understand why they didn't get done.
I'm fine
Yeah.
putting it in both 2015 and 2016.
Okay.
All right, so that moves us into, the enterprise funds. There were only some minor tweaks that I had to make. I included the sewer rate change that's gonna be in ordinance before you tonight with the $1,000, or the 1,000 gallons not being included in the readiness for service, as well as the solid waste, rate change, which would, bring that fund into the black. So, the sewer fund is still gonna have some issues. We're gonna end the year with
What page are you
150,000.
on?
I'm on page 15. The sewer fund's gonna end the year with about $150,000 because of that extra jet back payment that wasn't calculated in. I had to include that in 2014, which drove that number down a little bit. And we're gonna spend into that about $73,000 in 15, even with that rate change.
So I know we're gonna need to do, we're doing the rate study, because this is critical.
All of the
Sewer and
funds
water,
on the
especially.
front page, if you look at the breakdown here, all of the funds can handle the deficits that would be incurred in 2015, but they're not going to be able to sustain that,
No.
with the exception of the electric fund. And I think that the solid waste fund is where it needs to be because that's a very clean in and out, but the water and the sewer are going to have to be looked at. If not
Definitely.
the electric as well, just because it's
It's
well,
just continuing to
situation.
decline.
I
That's
believe
the
that
problem.
our plan is to look at all these,
Yes.
all of these funds. We've
Yes.
already committed to that.
And I also did, bless you, I did talk to John Courtney, and he did indicate, one of the questions that we had for him was, what is a good balance to have in the electric operating before you move things to capital? And he said 25% of your annual operating should be your pad in the operating fund.
And so what would
Electric.
what would that number be for us? Did you,
Let's see, we're at
Oh,
$3 million, so that'd be about, let's see, $750,000.
right. I mean, partly, just to be clear, I mean, we had partly sort of spent down electrical with some, we've made intentional spending out of that because it was high, and so we've done some investing that we probably wouldn't have been able to do without that. So I'm less concerned about it because we did feel like we had such a big cushion, we should use it.
Except that when we're going into it, 500,000,
Oh,
600,000 a year.
I agree,
We've
I
gotta
agree,
be-
we have to look at it. I'm just saying, it's not completely, like, it's not like we didn't realize this, and this has
Right.
just been happening. The two I'm most concerned about are water and sewer. Those are emergency situations, but we definitely should look at electrical as well.
So those were the only changes that I had made, just because there weren't really any capital projects, with the exception of the water, which isn't included in there because we're gonna have to do some creative thinking before I turn that over to the auditor as is. So right now, what you see in the budget is able to be handled, on the revenue side with the reserves that we have, so we'll be okay for 2015, but it does require some forward thinking.
Thanks, Melissa. Patty, do you want to, we have 5 minutes, do you want to review the document that Do you want to say anything about the document that you prepared?
Well, just very quickly, we'll go over the things. We already talked that we had removed the part-time code enforcement officer, and that Chief Hale had already removed the cruiser from the budget. The biggest thing that council does need to talk about, as far as this document is concerned, is the sidewalks. Primarily because the village cannot afford to do all of the sidewalks in an appropriate time frame, because we're putting a Band-Aid on it at $50,000 a year. I mean, that does not get you a lot of sidewalk, and, you know, it is very unusual for the municipality to maintain all of the sidewalks in the village without some type of a reimbursement. In most places, they're the responsibility of the homeowner to maintain. In some places, they have a special assessment where the village does contract for them to be done at a certain amount a year, but that cost is assessed at whatever the cost is per footage front, or frontage foot, to the property taxes of that property. I mean, it is definitely something that council needs to investigate. I think Jason has contacted several other areas. Some of them have an ordinance that says, council, before you sell your home, you need to have an inspection by the village to make sure that your sidewalks pass inspection before you can sell it. To me, that's just very time consuming, plus the fact that people aren't going to fix their sidewalks until they're ready to sell their home. So I think that in general, it's something that council needs to think about potentially changing in the future. Jason, do you have anything else that you would like to say about the sidewalk issue? And I did list for you 5 different options of various ways to approach this. Does it need to be done today? No. $50,000 is in the budget for next year, but the problem is that is just not going to fix a whole lot of sidewalk.
Right.
I mean, it may be roughly equal to the amount of sidewalk that is being poured in streetscape, and that would be what you would accomplish every year, if prices remain constant, which they're not likely to do.
Okay.
I just have one question. So Jason, remember we looked at the area south of town, and that was a place where we thought it'd be best just to pull the sidewalks off and just leave the trees there. So
We're talking
would that type of option be available?
Are we talking about Mercer Court?
Is that Mercer? Yeah.
I actually have a file in my office, and it was one thing Jason and I just talked about last week. Kent Bristol had done had made some contact with the residents down there, and they were half in favor of leaving the trees and half in favor of leaving the sidewalks, and so he chose to do nothing. And my question that I have not yet gotten answered was, is there anything in our planning and zoning ordinance that says you have to replace a sidewalk if there's already one there?
Yeah, that was going to be my next question.
Yeah, and I don't have the answer to that yet. It was something Jason and I talked about, because that would be my first question is, it's already there. Does that mean that it has to be replaced, or can it be taken out if that is the decision that's made?
So is the suggestion that maybe we come back to this in a January meeting?
Yes.
I mean, it would be nice to have it, to know what our path is for spring, for
Correct.
concrete, for pouring season, so that if citizens want to do some
this-
work and.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
they put it in 2015. I don't know if I think we should vote on it, and we should discuss it and have a vote and hear from the citizens in January.
This document and the other ones that were prepared by the other village staff was, I had told council that we were having discussions in staff meetings about potential ways for council to impact the budget, and that's all this is meant to be, is some suggestions for council to look at and consider for the future.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks to Chief Hale. I found his analysis helpful.
Yep.
Helpful to have those numbers right out in front.
Did we check about whether it was possible to do a transfer from an enterprise fund?
I was not able to look into that yet. Lori had brought up court order from electric fund to move into water, and that wasn't something that I've had time to do yet.
Okay.
So it is still in my notes.
In general, without a court order, well, first of all, it's never a good idea, in my personal opinion, to transfer from an enterprise fund to someplace else. I understand there are circumstances that it may be the best option for you. I just don't think it's a good, advisable way to generally do business. I mean, that's why they make you get a court order.
So I've got a question. So for the electrical part of the water plant, can we use electric funds?
Yes. If you have a project that can be parceled out to different enterprise funds, and the answer to that is yes.
Okay.
If you do a street reconstruction and you're putting in new water mains and new sewer mains, then yes, those portions of that cost estimate can be divided out. I mean, you have to have a percentage and you divide it out, but yes, that is allowed.
Okay. That'll help.
Yep.
Should we put as a discussion item the information from Chief Hale's report? I mean, he's got some potential
I think
suggestions
that-
about dispatch and,
It seems to me that since we've got a chief search going
Right.
on, we'll be hiring a new chief. That seems to me that it'll certainly be 2015 discussion, but.
yeah, I mean, that's what I was thinking, but put it on the future agenda item so that we remember to come back to it in like late January or February perhaps.
Yeah, or we could even just call it, budget recommendations or cost-cutting recommendations or something, but yeah, I would agree with that.
Well, I think that it's more than a budget in regard to the police. And I think that, we've talked about having continuing conversation about the police department, which I think should happen at council. And so I see some of these things as being appropriate to talk about. I mean, like the task force things are in this budget.
Oh, yeah,
Oh, I see.
that's why I'm saying, we don't
yeah.
want this to just sit here, we need to,
Yeah.
and we've only got a few, we're
Right,
already
yeah,
over time.
something, and I also think that the sidewalks are an important topic to set aside time and figure out how we want to involve the community and any other resource people.
Definitely,
Yes.
and that's why I'd say it should be in January, we
Yes,
should
yeah.
get that discussed.
Okay, let's move, so everybody's ready to go away from budget. So what will happen at our December 1st meeting, we'll have the first reading. So that will be in the form of an ordinance, we'll have our first reading, then we'll have our second reading on, I guess it would be the 6th and 15th, so.
There will also be supplemental appropriations at the December 1st meeting, and I will make really good notes because I will be out of town at that time. But just supplementals, just to cover any unexpected costs, like the extra jetpack payment, things like that. But, so there will actually be two ordinances, supplementals, and then the annual appropriations.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks,
you.
Melissa, and thanks to the staff.
Thanks,
who's
Johnny.
involved.
Yeah, thanks for all the reports, the Gaunt Park one too.
So our budget session is complete. We'll move back to the regular agenda. First is announcements from council. Any announcements?
Yeah, I have a few. First of all, I wanted to highlight the community Thanksgiving that happens every year. It's at the Presbyterian Church. So this year it will be, as usual, on Thanksgiving. It's from 2 to 4 p.m. and everyone's welcome. Lots of great turkey. I'm cooking one of them. I also wanted to mention the day after is the Bulldog Jog. This is one of the big PTO fundraisers. It happens at 10 o'clock. You meet at Mills Lawn. A lot of fun. And there was something in our packet, but I'll just highlight the HRC's Valuing Diversity program in conjunction with Antioch University Midwest, happening on December 5th. And you can register if you're interested at nccjgreterdayton.org. But this is going to be celebrating the Day of Disability Awareness, and there's a lot of great programs going on.
Thanks, Brian. I'll go with the Bulldog Jog. That is the day after Thanksgiving is Yellow Friday, so do all your after-holiday shopping downtown. There will be a new feature this year. It's the alternative gift fair. It's going to be at the Presbyterian Church. There'll be a number of nonprofits there offering alternative types of gifts, memberships, and other types of things. I know the Glen will be there, Tecumseh Land Trust. I don't know.
I think there'll be craft items.
Right.
I mean,
So,
it'll be local
and
artists.
it's from
kind of
11 to
stuff.
3 at the Presbyterian Church, so that's a great option, and there will also be carriage rides from noon to 3.
Who organized the alternative gift?
Tecumseh Land Trust.
Krista, yeah.
Because that's something that had been in discussion for
Yeah.
that number
And
of
then,
years.
and then Saturday is Small Business Saturday, so it's a weekend of local shopping. Anything else?
The sidewalk should be done.
We'll talk about that. Is that on the agenda for later?
Yeah.
Okay. Now we'll move on to a review of the minutes. First, we have the minutes of the October 27th meeting. Hold on, sorry, guys. I'm not going to go through this pile of stuff to get to it. Okay, page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. And page 6. Can I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor to signify by saying aye.
Aye.
November 3rd, page 1. Page 2.
We made a correction, or noticed something on page 2. It's in the 3rd paragraph, where it talks about contaminated water. And actually, we think that should just be groundwater.
Or remediated water,
No, it's actually groundwater. We rechecked the tape.
groundwater.
Yeah.
At least according
Oh,
to what
it's
was said.
remediated groundwater is what it is. It's water they're pulling up from the ground, remediating it, and then putting it, I mean, that's why they're doing it.
Yes, but what she said was correct.
Oh, okay.
So,
All right, okay.
Page 3.
On the
Oh, sorry.
first,
Oh, you're on page 3?
yeah, I'm on page 3, where it says $800,000 transfer into the general fund, is that correct?
It was out of the general fund.
out of the general fund to cover the,
Yeah.
the cost of the consultant plus the
No,
cost.
but she's
of the-
saying it.
But it
it
says
says
into, so
out
I
of.
was,
Out of.
Yes, it should be out of.
That's the only change.
Yeah.
No explanation.
Anything else on page 3? Page 4? 5? 6? And 7? Can I have a motion
So moved. Second?
to approve as amended? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, moving on to a review of the agenda. Lots of legislation. Anything anybody wants to add to, consider adding to, or changing, relocating in the agenda?
I just would like to have council address the letter, when we get to the commissions, the letter that I've written.
Okay, that sounds good. Okay. Anything else? Okay. Petitions and well, there were some on the table. Yeah,
I didn't prepare anything because I didn't have anything
right.
clearly, but there's the letter from Mr. Hammond that we will be discussing, and I think that was the only one. I mentioned it last time, and it's about the excise tax, but that's on our agenda.
Okay.
There was the request from Annabella Sari, the tree committee,
Oh, right.
to share
tree
cost
committee.
of tree
Well,
removal.
is that something that you will address in your report?
No, because I advised her that she needed to write a letter to council because of the council's the past practice. So, I mean, we can revisit it then if you want. I can move it into the packet.
Yeah, let's maybe put it in next month's, or next meeting packet for discussion. Does council agree with that?
Yep.
Okay.
And also, Karen, I wanted to thank you for what you included, I think, in the
Yes.
packet. That it was an editorial from the Cincinnati Enquirer Why Cities Wars with Ohio Matters. I thought it was really
It was a great
good
article.
Really
Yeah.
good overview of how the state is basically taking money away from cities and counties for its own, for whatever it's doing, and really trying to squeeze the cities.
Well, and Patty also did send us an email today that it sounds like House Bill 5 is moving forward fast. I'm at the point where, I mean, there are people, OML, Ohio Municipal League, is all over this. People from Cleveland, Columbus, Cincinnati, and much higher levels than us, who have much more at stake than us, are
And
all over
suburbs
it.
too. I mean, so it's not just,
Yeah,
it's
so-
not like big cities against smaller or suburban.
Right, oh, no, it's
It's
everybody.
all of them.
Well, and it's
All of them.
libraries, it's
Right.
any government entity, so,
Right.
so anyway, I don't know that there's much more we can do. We've written letters, we've written resolutions, so I don't know that there's honestly much more right now, Patty, unless you have.
Although the email today did include a person to
Particular
contact.
person,
Yeah,
right,
to
this-
contact directly, and I don't remember the name right off the top of my head, but.
Peggy Lehner, yeah. Peggy Lehner's local, Peggy Lehner's Kettering, and Chris Widener. I mean, it's the senators. So we know Peggy Lehner, well, I know Peggy Lehner, and Chris Widener is close to Yellow Springs. He is our senator. Problem is, we need 6. We need 6 Republicans
Correct.
to agree, to side with where the municipalities are coming from, and we don't know who those others are. When we went to the meeting with Chris Widener, he certainly seemed to hear the arguments, and he certainly seemed to understand. But I can guarantee you, you know, when they get back in the group with the Ohio Chamber and the CPAs and all of the people that are pushing income tax, the uniform income tax, they're gonna hear a different thing. So, you know, it's kind of like in one ear and out the other, and it's very complex.
Right, and for those of you in the audience who don't understand what we're talking about, House Bill 5 has to do with the municipal income tax and the way it is collected and distributed, and also affects some of the particular entities and some types of retirement that aren't taxed. If it is passed in its current form, it will very negatively affect the finances of every municipality that collects an income tax in the state of Ohio. You can find the information either on the Ohio Legislature's website and read it yourself. If anyone would like to have the email that I received today that I distributed to council, please email me and I'm happy to forward it to you. But it will very negatively affect village finances.
Well, I will say at the Ohio Municipal League, when they had the rally, that was one of the things they emphasized is how do we educate citizens, you know, to also carry this charge? You know, how do we get that in the press? How do we get the voters really to understand what's happening?
And they are trying to pass it in the lame duck session that's currently sitting, so.
And what they're doing, they're taking money away from smaller forms of government, from local government, and they're not giving us a way to raise that revenue. We only have a very few ways to bring revenue in. They're taking money away, so eventually we have to come back to the voters. There have to be service cuts. So it is really devastating, and it is very short-sighted, because people only want to live in a state and in communities that have service and that have a high quality of life. So why they're doing it, I know why they're doing it. They're trying to make business happy, and they're also trying to choke out governments. I mean, they want to get rid of small municipalities. They want to get rid of small school systems. They want mergers, and they want consolidations of local governments. So they want communities to lose their identities and to just go away so the state can be a better place to do business. That's essentially what they're after.
I do want to, if we could for a moment, go back to the letter from the tree committee. And the reason that I think that we might need to discuss it a little further is because they do ask us in there to pay half of an invoice, and I know that invoice has been pending for a while. because the work was done back in September.
Oh, wow.
So the question, I guess, before council is, how do you want to handle this invoice? Do you?
Can we
Let's just
can we put
add
that
it.
at new business?
Yeah.
Okay.
That would be good.
I just don't want to just put it off because of that invoice.
Just back to the OML thing, because I felt like that kind of, I want to just really support what Karen said, that does seem to be the goal. And also, obviously, they want to maintain all the tax cuts that they put in that primarily benefit the extremely wealthy in this state. And that's where you're feeling the brunt of it when you look at our budgets being in difficult shape.
Okay.
I have one other. We got the letter from Paul Avendorf.
Avondroth?
Yeah.
Excuse me. And I see here that it could be part of the sidewalk, but just looking at the picture and so forth, it looks like to me this is bigger than just repairing the sidewalks. I wonder how we're going to.
I think we just turn it over to staff.
Okay.
It's not something Patty's had an opportunity, as far as I know, to
Okay.
look at, so I think Jason and Patty
Actually, Jason
and Johnny need to, maybe, I don't know, Johnny's probably not involved, but,
Jason and I have looked at this particular situation on Winter Street, and we went out and talked about some things that we might be able to do, and also some things that Paul and Sue might be able to do. And I don't know if you've had a chance to talk to Paul and Sue yet about the Winter Street. We have looked at that.
okay, thanks. Okay, let's move on to public hearings and legislation. First, we have the second reading and public hearing for ordinance 2014-23, amending sections 274.02 and .03 of the Environmental Commission regarding memberships and powers and duties and declaring an emergency.
Title only or the whole shebang?
Title only, is that okay with everybody?
Yeah. And there you have it.
Okay. Can I have a motion?
I move that we adopt this.
Second?
Okay, Mary Ann, would you take a moment to describe the legislation?
Yeah, the legislation is basically one change in the current legislation regarding the Environmental Commission. And that change is that one of the members of the Environmental Commission can work in the village but not necessarily live in the village. That's the only change to the membership. So what the membership of the commission is one council member, which for this will be, I will be the council liaison to the Environmental Commission. One person can live in the township and not in the village, which was already the case. One person can work in that village but doesn't have to live in the village, and two other people need to be village residents. That's the only change. There is a little bit of language changing from gender to, I think, neutral language, but that's not substantive.
And could you just speak to the
Why?
meeting? Just the reconstitution of the commission, just,
Well, the Environmental Commission had not been active for 2 years, maybe, I'm not sure. And when I came on council, I was interested in reactivating it, and I think there are a number of issues that the Environmental Commission makes sense to have oversight on. One of them, and one of the first ones, will be the wellhead protection plan, which was never really fully adopted a decade ago, but is a good plan. And as we are working on developing a new water plant, I think it makes sense to have the plan be adopted and then do the things that are supposed to be in the plan. So there are other issues that we'll be looking at, including the stopping the use of herbicides as much as possible on village land, doing some looking at the environmental aspects of some of our parks. Those are some of the things that we'll probably be looking at. And then later in the meeting, I'll be nominating 4 people to be on the Environmental Commission.
Thank you. And the reason this is an emergency is because Marianne has a meeting scheduled tomorrow.
Yeah, we've been
And-
waiting for about 3 months to.
And usually with legislation, it takes effect 30 days. We've had 2 readings on this legislation, but it will go into effect immediately because it's an emergency. And it is the second reading, and this is a public hearing, so I will open the public hearing for public comment. Sue?
I'm Sue Abendroth. I have a question, and that is, does Environmental Commission present to council things that they would like to study and make recommendations on, or does the council ask the Environmental Commission to take on particular specified topics for study and recommendation? I just don't know how you construct it.
Can I answer the question as I see it? I see both of those things happening. And actually, Brian and I are going to be working on looking at all the legislation for all the commissions and making some recommendations to standardize commission legislation where it makes sense and acknowledge where it makes sense to have different legislation for different commissions. So I'll just speak to the Environmental Commission, but I think really it probably applies to all the commissions, that there are times when council is going to ask a commission to do something. For example, council asked HRC to have a forum for the police. I think council has agreed that it would make sense for the Environmental Commission to have oversight on the wellhead protection plan. So those are some examples of when council is asking a commission to do research or have a project or whatever. There are also times, I think, when it makes sense for a commission to come to council with a recommendation about something, because commissions have people who have expertise. They're on a particular topic and they have interest in that topic, and they may know when there are things regarding that topic. So I see it as a sort of back and forth.
And all commission charges are written that way. And council, and that's also the reason for the liaison position, so that the liaison can keep council informed of what the commission is working on. That's exactly how the fluoride was brought to us. That came from the Environmental Commission at that time, a few years ago. Council determines if they're going to entertain what the commission, so a commission can make a recommendation or say they want to work on something. It's council's role to decide if council will entertain that discussion item.
Just as any citizen can bring us
Yeah,
a
I
recommendation.
just want to understand better. So the commission could bring something to council and ask permission or for authority to work on it, and council would then say yes. What if council were to say no? Since council has lots of plates in the air, and sometimes you get overwhelmed with the amount of subjects that you have to deal with. And I would think it would be important for council to set the priorities and not for an unelected commission to set the priorities that would then drive council discussions.
That's why the liaison is important, to make sure that what is going on in council and what's going on in the commissions is balanced and that the communication is there.
And I would charge all of the liaisons to take that responsibility to heart, because otherwise council gets overwhelmed with all of these various issues that people bring up, and you don't get time and attention on the most critical issues that are affecting all of the residents. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sue. Any other comments? Isaac?
Isaac Delamater. I live on Walnut Street. I was wondering if the commission might consider taking up issue with the contaminated ground that's across the street from the Creative Memories building on Dayton Street.
The Vernay property.
Renee property. My understanding is that EPA has oversight on the remediation of that. I doubt that, other than relationship building, which needs done between Vernay and the village, that there's any power. I mean, there is no, I can't imagine there's any kind of power that.
Essentially, the EPA has approved the current remediation plan that is in effect. I do get regular reports on it and how it's proceeding. Vernay is currently developing their final remediation plan to send to the EPA. But when I say final, it will go on essentially in perpetuity as to how they remediate this land. But that has to go to the EPA to be approved by them, and then Vernay will be required by the federal government to comply with that. Now, that said, I think what would address your question more is that the EPA does require an open comment period on any plans that are before it before they approve them. So, when that comes open on the EPA's website, anybody can make a public comment to the EPA during that period on the plan and what you like, don't like, would like to see, that kind of thing. But as far as the village really having a whole lot of control over that, that's in the EPA's hands at this point. I can tell you from looking at the reports that I see that it is being remediated fairly quickly as far as it's drawing in, and I have those available if you would like to come by and look at them in the office.
Thanks, Patty. Any other comments? Seeing and hearing none, I'll bring it back to council table. Judy, would you please call the roll?
Yes. Asklund?
Yeah.
Yes.
Sims?
Yes.
McQueen?
Yes.
Winthrop?
Yes.
I would just like to tell everyone that's standing, there is overflow seating in A and B where you can watch the council meeting on the monitor and listen if you would like, or you're welcome to stay.
Seats up front.
Yeah, there are two.
I know it's no fun.
Well,
It's
there's
like-
three. I
Yeah,
think
there are
actually
three.
maybe three.
There are three seats up
If
here.
you're- Especially if it's hard for you to stand, please come and take these seats.
Just one other quick thing before we move on. Do we need to appoint an alternate for Environmental Commission? Is that part of
Let's
the,
just wait and do that during
okay.
We'll do that during commissions.
Yeah, commission stuff. Okay, first reading of ordinance 2014-25, amending section 1048.05A of chapter 1048 Sewers and Sewage of part 10 Streets, Utilities, and Public Services Code of codified ordinances of the Village of Yellow Springs, Ohio, and enacting in lieu thereof a new section 1408.05A service charges.
Village Council of the Village of Yellow Springs, Ohio, hereby ordains Section 1, Section 1048.05A of Chapter 1048 Sewers and Sewage of Part 10 Streets, Utilities, and Public Services Code of the Codified Ordinances of the Village of Yellow Springs, Ohio be repealed. Section 2, that a new Section 1048.05A service fees being part of Chapter 1048 of Part 10 of the Codified Ordinances of Yellow Springs, Ohio be enacted to read as follows. Section A, each customer connected to the municipal water system within the village shall pay a monthly sewer service charge, which includes a readiness for service charge, RFS, based upon the customer's water meter size, and a new sewer charge for each 1,000 gallons of usage. The effective date would be January 1, 2015. The RFS rate per month would be $11.80, and the consumption charge per 1,000 gallons would be $5.70. Section 3 of this ordinance shall take effect and be in full force at the earliest period allowed by law.
Thank you. Can I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Patty, I will turn this over to you to explain.
This was part of the budget discussions last week. Currently, the way the ordinance reads, you do not get charged for the first 1,000 gallons of sewer that goes through. This simply changes that so that you get charged for the first 1,000 gallons, and it would add $5.70 at the same rate that other 1,000 gallons of sewer are charged on your bill.
Okay.
And this makes it more similar to it makes it exactly what we do with the water.
Exactly. The water does not have that, it has a readiness for service, but it doesn't have the first 1,000 gallons free. So it does make it to be conform with the same type of billing system.
Any other comments, questions from council? Comments, questions from citizens? Okay, bringing it back to council table. Judy, would you please call the roll?
Yes, Hausch.
Yes.
McQueen.
Yes.
Asplund.
Yes.
Sims.
Yes.
Winthrop.
Yes. Okay. Next, we have first reading of ordinance 2014-26, amending section 1060.06 service charges of chapter 1060, storage and collection of garbage and other services of Title VI, other public services of Part 10 streets, utilities and public services of the codified ordinances of the Village of Yellow Springs, Ohio.
Okay, whereas the village has a contract with Rumpke Waste Incorporated for solid waste rates and yard waste rate collection as authorized by ordinance 99.08, and whereas due to the high cost of fuel, an additional fuel surcharge will be billed to each customer, and whereas current chargers will fail to meet the financial obligations of current rates charged by Rumpke and the fuel surcharge cost associated with providing said service, and whereas it is village council's intent to amend solid waste rates to meet the aforementioned financial obligations, now therefore the council of the Village of Yellow Springs, Ohio hereby ordains that Section 1, Section 1060.06B1 shall be amended to read. Charges. The base charges for the collection and disposal of garbage, refuse, and/or recyclables shall be in accordance with the following monthly rate schedule. Note, references to quantities below are exclusive of the supplemental volume of bulk items from residential premises and of the volume of recyclables from recycling bins provided to all customers. These are the monthly charges per volume of garbage collected. Weekly, effective 1/1/15. Not more than 35 gallons, $11.96. Not more than 65 gallons, $13.11. Not more than 120 gallons, $14.26. Not more than 150 gallons, $26.22. Not more than 180 gallons, $27.37. Not more than 240 gallons, $28.52. Not more than 270 gallons, $40.48. Not more than 300 gallons, $41.63. Fuel surcharge will be adjusted on a monthly basis based on the Department of Energy's Energy Information Administration Highway Diesel Price Index reading for the Midwest region on the last Monday of the month. A fuel surcharge will be added to the monthly rates in accordance with the attached fuel surcharge table. See attached, Section 2. Section 1060.06B5 shall read, the village manager is authorized to provide for the occasional collection of extra containers from householders and commercial operators on the basis of a container charge of $2 for each yard waste bag and $1.25 for each extra trash sticker. The village manager shall provide the rules. This shall include a monthly yard waste program. Section 3, this ordinance shall take effect and be in full force at the earliest date permitted by law.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second?
Okay, Patty?
Again, this was part of the budget discussion from last week. The solid waste fund has been declining for some time. It's a fairly simple fund. Money comes in to pay that we collect from residents. Money goes back out to pay Rumpke. Those are the only two things that happen in that fund. So in order to keep it in the black and not run it into a deficit, it was necessary to increase the revenues by increasing the cost.
And the fuel surcharges had always been passed along, right?
Yes, they have.
Okay.
They've always been on there.
And then is the sticker charge, is that?
That's
is
the
there-
same as what
okay.
it is now.
I just thought because it was bold, there was maybe
Yeah, the
some
bold
change.
is a little confusing.
Yeah, it's the same as what it is now. Those are not increasing.
Okay. Right. Comments, questions from council?
Yeah, I have a question. The fees that are listed here are essentially what Rumpke is charging us.
Essentially, yes,
Based on-
yes. It will keep that fund in the black. It will not run a huge balance. There are a couple of other things that we could potentially take out of there if we needed to, such as when we have to collect trash after an event or something like that, or the extra dumpsters that we use for, or the extra pickup that we have for the cleanup day. Those are the extra things that come out of there.
And do we, so where I'm driving with this is that I notice like the difference between someone putting out 35 gallons of trash and 120 gallons of trash is, just a few dollars. And yet, it's quite a bit more trash. So we're not helping people to have less trash. We're really rewarding people for having more trash. Is this something we can negotiate when we actually do our negotiations with Rumpke or whomever, or is it sort of set that this is?
Well, fees are always somewhat negotiable, but essentially what you'll do is you'll put out a request for proposals that have certain specifications in it and say, give us these prices, and they'll respond with the prices and whatever additional information they want to give you, and then you do the lowest and best acceptance, just like with any other request for proposals.
And just to follow up briefly, there is interest in the community that's being, I think, spearheaded by Community Solutions of moving toward looking how we can reduce our energy usage, becoming carbon neutral. And part of that is our garbage, So if there are, nothing to do for here, but I'm just saying for future negotiations, I think I would like for us to think, are there ways that we can promote people having less garbage?
Right, we do have quite a bit of recycling that goes on in the village
Yeah,
already.
I
And
know.
so, always encourage something like that.
Okay, thank you.
And I think most businesses are probably using dumpsters and not using, but I wouldn't want to penalize businesses who, just by the nature of what they do, are probably producing more waste. So I think it's something we want to look at. It's something we would want to look at and understand.
Yeah.
For the yard waste, are we saying that you come down here and you buy a bag, for example, to put leaves in, and you pay $2, or if I set out 5 bags, that I bought the bags from Lowe's, there's going to be an additional $10 charge on my collection? I'm trying to understand.
I honestly don't know the answer to that question. I don't know if you can do that and they additionally charge you. I would think that they would prefer you would buy their bags or our bags because it's easier to track. Because Rumpke can't mark down that Jerry Sims at this address had 5 extra bags. But that is a question I'll have to ask Melissa.
Because I just went out and bought
a bunch of bags
from Lowe's to collect my leaves.
Yeah.
So,
It may be that you have to put an extra sticker on them. I don't know, but that's a question for Melissa.
Okay. Well, I mean for the general public also, because
we can find
the number of trees we have is just
Yeah, we can find that out, and I'll have it in my report next council meeting.
Okay.
Okay. This is well, no, it's not a public hearing yet, but comments, questions from citizens? Whoever has their hand up. Joan?
This is a comment.
Please state your name.
Joan Edwards. This is a comment with respect to yard waste. I don't know if you're aware that there is a yard waste place next to Medway off Dayton, Yellow Springs Road. That is, all you have to do is take your waste in there. If it's in a paper bag, this is not a charge item. If it's in a paper bag, you don't need to dump it. If you have it in a plastic bag, you do need to dump it. But you can take leaves, grass clippings, any kind of vegetable matter, tree stuff, anything like that, and you won't get charged for it. So you can get your bags from Lowe's, which is much cheaper than the Rumpke bags, and just take it down there and give it to them. And you just take it and you just dump it. And it's a great recycling place. It's the Mush place next to, you know where it is?
Yeah.
Y'all?
It's part of
By
Greene
Byron.
County Solid Waste Program.
It's part of Greene County Solid Waste.
And you can also
Program.
take it over to
Very,
Xenia.
very useful thing. And it's just right down the street.
Thanks, Joan.
Great, thanks.
Any other comments? Okay, bringing it back to council table. Judy, would you please call the roll?
Yes, Esklund.
Yes.
Sims.
Yes.
Tausch.
Yes.
McQueen.
Yes.
Yes. Next is Resolution 2014-57, approving the annual distribution of flour and sugar.
Whereas residents of Yellow Springs enjoy the benefits of Gaunt Park as a result of the generosity of Wheeling Gaunt, and whereas as a condition of his gift of the aforesaid parkland to the village was that a part of the earnings from the use of that land be set aside to buy and distribute flour and sugar to widows, and whereas on December 19th, 2012, council voted to include widowers in this behest, and whereas as the holiday season approaches and we think of ways we can share our love and concern for all members of this community, it is fitting that we honor the memory of Wheeling Gaunt and the spirit of his gift in the manner he intended. Now therefore the council of the Village of Yellow Springs, Ohio hereby resolves that Section 1, the village manager is hereby authorized and directed to procure the traditional supplies and distribute them as stipulated in the deed for Gaunt Park and as expanded by council in 2012. Section 2, the expenditure of up to $3,000 from the Parks Widows Fund, number 902-1703-54102, is hereby authorized as provided in the village's annual appropriations.
Thank you. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second?
This is always one of our more happy resolutions. The only thing I would disagree with in here is that there is any money that we're profiting from Gaunt Park, from the profits of Gaunt Park, but obviously Mr. Gaunt didn't know that at the time, and he was so generous. So I think Johnny's here. Johnny's ready to getting his crews ready to do the distribution, and I know that the guys love it, and all of our people love to see them coming. So, any other comments?
Just if you know of anybody who has lost their partner over the course of the year and we might not be aware of them, make sure that you contact village offices so we know of all the widows and widowers in the town.
Okay. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Next is Resolution 2014-58, accepting the principles promulgated by Next Century Cities and authorizing the village manager to further explore partnering with Next Century Cities.
I'm laughing because Brian wrote this one.
I didn't write that title, though.
Promulgated, I know, boy, this is the fanciest.
That title was given to me.
That's oh.
So high class.
I don't think we need to. Do you want to read this? And do we want to read this? And
Maybe just the principles?
The 1 through 6?
yeah.
Okay, the principles that you are hereby agreeing to are that number 1, high-speed internet is necessary infrastructure. 2, the internet is nonpartisan. 3, communities must enjoy self-determination. 4, high-speed internet is a community-wide endeavor. 5, meaningful competition drives progress. And 6, collaboration benefits all.
Okay. Can I get a motion?
I move to adopt 2014-58.
Second.
Are you going to second it?
Well, I wrote it, so.
Oh, you can't. Okay.
Well, you could.
Okay. So since we didn't read it, I'll give you some time to describe it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the resolution highlights some of the key things that Tim Barhorst talked about. So if we look sort of historically, we had the SpringsNet group present to council about the municipal broadband initiative, bringing high-speed, equitable, low-priced internet to everybody in the village. Council agreed that this was something that we should explore, so we asked the Community Access Panel to look at this. So it seems that a next step that makes sense is to be affiliated with a group of other progressive cities that see this as being important. What that brings to us is resources in terms of information, support from other communities that are going through some of these challenges, and it's free. So as long as we agree to these principles, you know, being affiliated with this group is there's no fee and a lot of support and benefit.
Thanks, Brian. Any other comments?
But this, what we're saying right now is we're asking the village manager to explore the way, you know, if I'm reading this.
We're accepting the principles and asking her to explore the partnership.
Yeah. So we actually are not voting on joining the partnership at this point.
Well, I mean, the first section says that when we accept the principles, we effectively are members. But, you know, I mean, if there's still a question about that.
Well, yeah, because, I mean, I went to the website and I kind of looked at it, and it still didn't tell me a lot, you know, and you know, a lot of things sound good when they first come out, and you know, I was comfortable when I saw us as we're going to explore us becoming a partnership within this group. But if the intent here is to say we're joining it, then I have a problem with that, because there was a lot of propaganda within what I saw on the website.
Pardon, what did you say?
I said there was a lot of propaganda that I saw when I read the website and so forth. And for us, I'm just uncomfortable just jumping on this bandwagon until I get a little bit more about their goals and what they plan on doing in the future and so forth. Yes, it's nice to say that, you know, high-speed internet is a necessity and we all want it and so forth, but, you know, I just am not comfortable with just saying we're going to join this group. And yeah.
Can I ask what felt like propaganda? Because I actually thought the website was pretty informative.
Yeah, it was informative, but the way I read it, it was, again, saying here's a group, and the group is some cities that are saying, you know, we feel everybody should have high-speed internet, okay? Then as I go down through it, they talk about the fact that meaningful competition will drive progress, okay? So is this saying that, you know, we've got now a third internet company? Not necessarily. Does it say that because I joined this, am I committing now that, you know, if they go on to say that these particular communities as part of this organization agree to go forward and set up their own internet system within the community. If I don't have the money to do that, am I committing myself there to saying, yes, we should have a community internet system?
Right. Well, one of the
So,
things they
you
do
know,
highlight is that they support the fact that every community is unique and has to approach it their own way.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with Jerry that if this is us, I mean, I certainly don't want anybody to think we're committing to
Yeah, that's-
installing broadband
Yeah.
in the village of Yellow Springs. I mean, this is
I mean,
committing to discussing it.
I feel like it's a slippery slope argument, though,
Yeah.
because, all it says is that we're a member of this free organization, and that the village manager can explore partnering further, but that's it.
Yeah, okay.
We're just effectively members.
Well,
I don't
that's
see it as,
That's what I-
so I don't see this as this,
Yeah.
Okay.
it's not saying, and now you have to spend $500,000
Right.
to start, no, nothing, it's not here.
Okay.
Okay, that's what I wanted to get clear.
Any comments, questions from citizens? Okay, seeing and hearing none, we'll come back to council table. Everybody, any other comments from council? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Oppose.
Okay, and then lastly, we have Resolution 2014-59, authorizing the village manager to solicit quotes for improvements to the village skate park.
Okay, whereas the Village of Yellow Springs desires to make improvements to the village skate park located at the John Bryan Community Center, and whereas Section 206.01 of the Codified Ordinances of Yellow Springs, Ohio requires that contract for products or services in excess of $15,000 in value must be a part of a competitive bidding process outlined in Section 206.01, and whereas the estimated costs of said improvements exceed $15,000, now therefore the Council for the Village of Yellow Springs, Ohio hereby resolves that. Section 1, the village manager is authorized to solicit quotes in accordance with Section 206.01 of the Codified Ordinances of Yellow Springs, Ohio for improvements to the village skate park. Section 2, this resolution shall become effective immediately upon its adoption.
Thank you. Can I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
There's a lot of people in here that could address this. I'll turn it over to Patty first.
We finally found an engineer who could help us put out a competitive bid for the skate park. They've put that together. There is $35,000 in this year's budget to make improvements to the skate park, and this has been something that's been ongoing, it's my understanding, for a couple of years, maybe, Brian? I don't know.
Well,
Or
no,
a
I
while.
think it's just been the last 6 months. I mean,
Okay.
that we've been working on it.
Okay.
I mean, it is true that, you know, fundraising has happened outside of the village, but
We did have difficulty finding somebody who could prepare the bid package appropriately. We finally found them. They have it prepared and ready to go out in tomorrow's, for publish tomorrow, as far as the legal ad to solicit the bids. That can be opened before council's next meeting so that council can award a package for the improvements this year and get that signed and the money encumbered.
I have a couple questions. It's indicating, I guess, that there's a master plan for the whole rehab and upgrade that would be $120,000, is that correct?
what they came up with that number based on the amount of space that we have. So if we actually build out the entire skate park, that's how much we could invest. And so they do want the bidders to think about future phases. But I think one thing that's important is that the village is not committing necessarily to funding anymore, but this would give the opportunity for the community to raise funds if they wanted to follow up in phases.
The package that would be in this bid would be not to exceed the $35,000 that's already allocated.
Okay. But part of that is for engineering, the engineering services, right?
No, that came out of my administrative budget.
Okay. And I guess I'm still, is there a plan for the $120,000 master plan? I thought that it was determined at the last PAC meeting that there is a plan, and I thought it was going to be in our packet.
You've got, it's the diagram that follows. It's actually in the site inventory thing.
Yeah.
So that is a plan. Do you see that diagram?
This?
Yeah, the plan that, this one.
Okay.
Because the first phase will only do certain elements of what is on this sketch. It will not do everything.
I mean, we actually think that it's possible to do this diagram with 35,000. That's what AJ thinks, and that's when he designed that with the skaters. So then the master plan would kind of take into account, do we replace some of those bigger pieces that are on the west side in the future? But the diagram that's going with the RFQ could technically, everything could be done for what we budgeted.
So what is the RFQ? This is the
Yeah, that's right, so that's the diagram.
draft, yes.
And that's the 6 pieces that it refers to.
And is there any, I know that some of the existing equipment, that the skaters do like that. Is there any, does it address maintaining or improving any of those where the skate light has been damaged?
Yeah, in the bid package, it's described that that would be something that in the short term should be looked at, that those pieces should be maintained.
That's in the site. I think
Right.
that's in the site.
Site, right, so then
inventory.
and which is gonna go out with the bid package, right? So the idea would be then that we would like bids that think about maintaining that equipment. I will say, the village has been doing that, over the last couple years, fixing things here and there, so.
I have, do we have any sense of how much use it gets, how many young people, I guess, use it? And is there any formal or informal training that goes on to sort of help younger kids or new kids learn how to?
I believe there's informal training amongst the skaters themselves, but the village doesn't do anything in particular. as far as how much use it gets, I see people out there constantly during the day, and I'm sure there's much heavier use in the evenings.
Yeah, I was surprised to learn that the skate park's been there for over 20 years. And there was a YS News article a couple years back that said that it was the second most popular parks and rec venue in town. I mean, not that there was, you know, a vote on that, but it's been around for a while.
Yeah, I sense, especially in the summertime, it's used all the time. Much more than those poor tennis courts.
Yeah,
The basketball courts get used, but
Right.
the tennis courts not really.
Comments, questions from citizens?
My name is Athena, and I just wanted to speak to your question in a slightly indirect manner. I wanted to express my gratitude as a parent that the town is taking care of this particular venue. I've been here as long as, the skate park has been here as long as I've been here, and I know that my children use it. They don't use it as often as maybe other children do, but I do know that to my children it signals a commitment to the youth in this town. So I just sort of wanted to put that gratitude out there.
Thanks. Athena, could you give your last name also, please?
Yes, it's Fannin.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Okay. Tony?
I'm Tony Barry. I'm the owner of Superfly Comics and Games. I just wanted to voice that as an adult user of the skate park and someone who interacts with many of the people who do use the skate park. Excuse me. As we see more and more of the do not skate strips popping up all over the sidewalk and more police enforcement of not skating in the streets, it is becoming more and more important that we maintain the skate park and that these things that we're discussing do happen. And that's as we push people off the sidewalks and out of the streets, the need for keeping the park safe and maintained becomes more and more important.
Okay. Thanks, Tony. I mean, it is illegal to ride skateboards on the sidewalk, so it's not that they're being forced off the sidewalk. It's illegal and it's dangerous.
Right. But as we see more enforcement, then we need to be providing places
Right.
for them.
And what are you talking about, the strips? What?
At the entry and exit points for where crosswalks are.
Those are handicapped ramps. Those have nothing to do with skating. Those are handicapped
They
ramps.
have little nubs on them.
Those
that
are handicapped ramps.
It's for gripping, so that
It's for blind,
ADA
it's
and
for
blind
vision impaired.
I've been led to believe over a period of years that a secondary feature of that is to prevent skating.
They're required by law. That's the way that they're designed like that by law.
Yeah, I've not ever heard that.
They're everywhere. They're in every city.
Well, I
That's,
mean, I don't want to start a fight about it, but that's not how it's been presented to me in the past. But that's not intended to be a point of contention.
thanks, Tony.
Thanks, Tony.
Anything else? Any other comments? Okay, any other comments from council?
Yeah, I just want to reiterate that, you know, what's been great about this process is a lot of community collaboration, a lot of work from the Public Art Commission. I'm really excited that we found an engineering firm that could actually get what Yellow Springs is about and, you know, think about doing something that's going to fit our community.
And I know that we want to appropriate the money in 2014.
We want to encumber it,
We want to
yes.
encumber the money, excuse me, because it's been appropriated, we want to encumber the money. What is the schedule, realistic schedule, given the
If
season?
As far as the installation,
Mm-hmm.
it likely would not happen until the weather breaks at this point. Let me rephrase that, I guess. It depends on what types of structures are proposed. If they propose concrete, and that's what we accept, then obviously it's not going to go until spring. If they propose some other type of surface that can be brought in and assembled on site, that's a whole different ballgame.
Okay.
And the RFQ says they have to complete by May 1st of next year,
Okay.
or they get penalized.
Right.
Okay, great. Ready to vote? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Sure, we're citizens, I'm sorry, we're going to take a quick break. We've been here since 6 o'clock, so.
5, actually.
Oh, that's true. Ready? Okay, great. Thanks.
Okay. No problem.
We'll call the meeting back to order. Now is the time in the agenda for citizens to talk about or bring to council any concerns they have for items that are not on the agenda. You have 3 minutes, and you need to come up to the front to the microphone, state your name, and Judy will be timing. Anybody interested? Athena?
My name is Athena Fannin, and I am the woman who was manhandled by the police officer Penrod on November 5th. I wanted to bring my concerns to council. I know there's due process, and I want to emphasize up front, as I did to Patty Bates, that I very much respect due process, and I think due process is important. However, I think a part of that is hearing how citizens want their police to be. I wanted to come here to talk to council as well as so that other people can see who I am. There are a few things I really need to emphasize about what happened that day. Some of the things that I've been hearing are that there must have been something that happened. There must have been something that justified it. And I have 2 concerns with that I want to make clear. And that is, the first thing is that there's no justification, whatever mistake you made. And the second is that absolutely nothing happened that day that could justify what the officer did. The second thing is that the officer not only covered my camera, she did not cover my camera. I want to show you my camera. I held the camera like this. For the officer to truncate my clip, she had to bring her hand around here, and she had to shake it hard enough to shake the mechanics of my camera. The officer placed her hands on my wrist. This was not a simple grab hold. She twisted and grabbed and twisted and grabbed. And while she did this, she told me repeatedly that I was going to go to jail. And I told her repeatedly what she did was illegal. Now, I want due process to go through, but I do not feel comfortable or safe with this officer. She, at minimum, cannot be a supervisor, but I also don't believe in bad apples. I believe that structures over time, whether they've just gotten a little bit out of whack until something happens, contribute to it. And I really want to strongly encourage that we expect more of our police and that we have a human rights focus rather than control and authority, because it most certainly did not help in this occasion. Thank you.
Thank you, Athena.
Thank you, Athena.
Al?
My name is Al Schlieder. I came because I was planning to talk after the Human Relations presentation. I was part of the group that met for the group held by the Human Relations Council about village policing. I thought it was a wonderful program. I think the village expressed their views very clearly. I was happy that our village manager was there. I was disappointed that no police officers were there. And, you know, I was very pleased when the Yellow Springs News came out. Safety over force is favored, and, you know, goes on to talk about, I'd like our officers to be known as safety officers rather than enforcement officers. I was really pleased about that. And then, so I was really shocked then, a week later, to hear about the episode. I didn't know Athena was going to be here. She's an Antioch College graduate. She was on the fire and rescue squad with me for many years. Has been really a dedicated village resident, and for a police officer to exert that kind of force, I think, is really appalling. It's just completely contrary to the principles of the village, to what we stated in the Human Relations Council meeting we wanted, and I'm more disturbed by some of the things going on. I hear that there's no action going to be taken against this officer. I see that they lowered the standards for the new police chief. I mean, it just really gives me concern that we're not being transparent in this process, and we're not listening to the people of the village. I think made a very clear statement a few weeks ago. I hope the Human Relations Council will stay on top of this. I hope the council will be sure that we make a very strong statement what we expect from our police force.
Thank you, Al.
Could I just,
Well, let's hear from everybody on
All
this
right.
topic, if others were planning to
Any
speak
other
to it.
on this topic? Yes.
My name is Roy Call. I'm familiar with the topic that the young lady brought up earlier, and I just want to say I'm disturbed that somebody that's supposed to keep you safe would act in this manner. I have here an 11-page, I'm going to forward this to the chief, and if I can get your emails on the website, I will. This is an 11-page letter from the U.S. Department of Justice that states that this is not acceptable behavior. It's criminal. It's right. So I think that maybe if the chief reads this, he can incorporate this into some future training. Right off of the Yellow Springs Police Department page on the website, it says, "We challenge ourselves to educate our members to the highest level, and we constantly update our training and tools, etc." I think that this would be awesome, and I don't think qualified immunity would cover this, so you might want to think about it. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Any other comments on this subject? Yes, sir.
Good evening, I'm Hans Oak. Need to reset my timer.
Yep, I'm on it. Talk away, you got extra time.
My name's Hans Oak. I'm here to speak about the incident. At one time, we refer to our police officers as peace officers. They go through peace officer training. Photographing someone in public in Ohio, one-party consent state, it's a right. When that officer grabbed that camera, that officer violated a couple of rights at that point, even what's just on the footage. Fourth Amendment, First Amendment, and it's something I don't think Yellow Springs wants to allow to stand without being challenged. That's why I'm here today. Whether you're a resident of Yellow Springs or someone visiting, as I am, I like to think that the officers here are peace officers and that they're not going to get away with such behavior. I would not be satisfied unless there are criminal charges and that officer is fired and that policy is reviewed. That's all I have.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
Thank you. Can I do this down? My name is Carol Cobbs. I live here in the village. And where a lot of other people were surprised about the incident, I have to admit I was not. I'm surprised it hadn't happened sooner from that particular officer. And I have my own personal reasons for that I have shared with the chief, the interim chief, and Ms. Bates, that I will not share here at this time. But I see some things escalating from that particular officer, and I'm very, very concerned about it. And what both gentlemen said there, well, three really, I would agree with all that. This is a very, very serious and very frightening. And when, as a community, some of the people, if it's just few of us, are scared of that particular officer or some of the things that might happen, that's very dangerous. And I just, the fact that it's Yellow Springs and what we're used to and what we love and what we know, and that this is happening, again, it is appalling, but for me it was not so surprising. I don't know if I'm allowed to speak to sort of another topic that ties in as far as the process for the selection for a new chief.
Go ahead, because it's already been raised.
If it's okay. My concern is, and this doesn't address, it's just interim Chief Hale. I've met him, talked with him. I've enjoyed my talk. He was very pleasant. very knowledgeable. But I am concerned because of what happened last time in that search, that things seem to get switched around. First there's this criteria, and then all of a sudden it changes, and it's okay for some people that have applied, but not for others. And I think it was changed in the Yellow Springs paper that you did have to have some education, and now maybe you don't have to have any degrees. I probably need to go back and look at that more clearly, but it was opened up again. Is that correct?
Yes, and I can explain once
Okay,
we're to
then
that
this is
point.
nice if you could get an explanation, because from what I read, we do have a excellent group of people, more so I think than we did last time. So I'm glad of that. But the only other thing in reference to that, and if I'm speaking out of turn on something, please let me know. And that is, I do know that 2 people have been withdrawn or not, brought forward for the next round, and they're 2 of our own. And I'm just very unhappy about that, because both serve well. One has served for over 40 years, and knows this community, loves this community. They're raising their kids here. So can I have that man's have a minute? No,
Thanks,
that's
Carol.
okay. Thank you.
Any other comments? Okay, Patty, could you address a couple?
Okay, let me address 2 separate things that were brought up. The first one is this particular incident involving Sergeant Penrod is not completed. Okay, so the thought that is going around the village that there will not be any disciplinary action, that part of the process is just beginning, and this is what I explained to Ms. Fannin earlier today. Once the investigation, the internal investigation is complete, then we begin the actual disciplinary process. That investigation was just completed on Friday, and we have moved into the actual disciplinary process, which we now have to go through by the steps that are listed in the personnel manual. And I will let Chris maybe speak to that a little bit later, but I did give Ms. Fannin a copy of that process so that she is aware of how that works. And I did tell her today I will be speaking with her again before I make a final decision on any discipline. That's the first thing. Speaking to the fact that we did re-advertise the chief's position, we did that for a very specific reason. And what happened was the committee met initially, and the first thought, after we talked about the HRC, which was the first thing we did, was talk about the HRC and the results from the Community Policing Forum and what we felt the committee or the community had expressed there. The first thought that came out of everybody's mind was, we probably have some good candidates that don't have the formal education but have the experience, and we want to consider them. And so at that point, we basically suspended discussion. I contacted Chris and said, can we do it the way we have it worded, or should we re-advertise it and say that education or experience can be used in place of education? He said the cleanest way to do it so that we could consider all those applicants was to re-advertise it for a short period. We kept all the applicants in the pool, and we re-advertised it with an additional date for those who may not have applied because they didn't meet the education requirement. It's not that we lowered the standard, it's just that that was the feeling of the committee that experience should be considered in place of education.
So if you had 30 or 40 years experience, we wanted to look at that.
And so the only reason it was re-advertised was because legally it was cleaner to do that and give those people who may have that much experience but no formal education the opportunity to apply. So that is currently still open. There's a week to go on that, and they have until next Friday or next Monday to apply. So those were the 2 things that I wanted to address that were brought up during the comments.
Well, to add on to that, Patty, I think that the purpose here was not to narrow or lower the standards, it was to broaden the pool, which I think everyone would agree it would be a desirable result, because that would give more candidates an opportunity. As it relates to matters of discipline within the municipality, within the village, the handbook sets forth a model of progressive discipline. There are a number of factors that go into account on progressive discipline that include, has that individual had any other incidents of discipline? And the other part of that is that there has to be a full and complete investigation. If there is a determination that discipline needs to be made or imposed, then there is a due process component to what happens next, and the employee is put on notice if there is an intention to discipline. The employee has certain rights, which includes the right to a hearing. The employee can waive that hearing if discipline is going to be imposed. And I say this, again, in a generic sense, not as a specific sense, because that determination, to my knowledge, has not been made yet one way or the other. And from that, once the discipline is imposed, there is an opportunity to appeal that decision, but ultimately the final word comes from the manager. And it's straight from the village handbook, which I think is online if anybody wanted to look that up to understand the process better. And it will become a known process once the investigation's done, but certain steps have to be followed to protect I think the integrity of the investigation and ultimately the outcome.
Thank you. Any responses from council? Okay, other comments? Mr. Watts, I know that you had a comment, and I take it wasn't about this subject. Okay, come on forward.
Wait.
Oh.
Did we?
I mean, I thought we've closed. Well, I guess, Isaac, did...
I just want a little clarification. Yeah. Yeah, Isaac Delmitter again, Walnut Street. I just want a little clarification about the reasoning behind reissuing and changing the qualifications. So as a result of the HRC meeting and the feedback gleaned from it, which listed a myriad of different qualifications and hopes we have for our chief, we got rid of an educational component within the candidacy criteria.
Oh, okay. He's asking if we got rid of the educational component. We didn't get rid of it. We decided there are qualified candidates who we effectively had to just throw out, and it was not just one. It was several who had many years of experience, and it really came from the committee as a whole. And there are several of us here. I think I saw Aaron Sari here. That we felt. I mean, I'm a professor, so I'm all about education, right? It's not that we felt that education was unimportant. It's just most of us in our working life know that sometimes education is good, but that there are people who are very qualified and in their position who have gained this experience over many, many years and often have done a lot of training, but it hasn't added up to a bachelor's degree. And as somebody who teaches in college, I sometimes think we're a little bit too credential-oriented, right? And so we wanted more flexibility to say that if you had a certain amount of education or a certain amount of experience, that should be weighed, as you're trying to weigh intangibles when you're dealing with human beings, but that it should be weighed in the mix and not automatically you're disqualified. We would have had to disqualify many of the good candidates, and there were lots of good
I'd like to just add something. Arthur Morgan, who was president of Antioch College and first chairman of the TVA and really sort of the father of Yellow Springs, did not go to college. He had no formal education. He was entirely self-taught. So, I mean, I totally agree that, there's a place for formal education, but life is an education too. So someone who's had years of experience in a particular field may know much more than someone who's been educated formally.
And I would also like to point out that many police officers go through specialized training in different courses. They go to not only the academy, but many of our candidates went to a Northwest Command School or some other kind of command school. Many of our candidates had specialized training in crisis intervention or other types of events that officers can get specialized training in, but they didn't have a college degree. So they had the training, but it didn't have, associate's degree or bachelor's degree after it. And so that decision, the question came up right away after we got done with the HRC. So we actually suspended at that point the discussion until we could get it clarified. So, we just thought for the process that was the best way. And really the ad changed by one word, the addition of the word or. So other than that, nothing in the ad changed.
Yeah, I also want to say from my perspective, it was the forum that informed us that we needed to broaden the search. Because again, it would have eliminated our local candidates and others that fit those local policing values that we were looking for. So, I mean, that's ultimately, and again, we're talking about, candidates with 30 to 40 years experience that we were looking at. So, so that's the way I see it, is that it was a response to what we learned from the forum.
Thank you.
Can I say one thing more? I want to just say I saw the video that you posted, and I am so sorry and for what you went through.
Well, we will listen to other people. We will hear from other people.
Would you
Glenn?
clarify something or not?
Pardon?
Would you clarify something that you brought up? Vis-a-vis criminal charges, are they completely off the table?
We are not discussing it. Our attorney said that this is under investigation and the investigation is not complete. We're not going to discuss the specifics of what happened.
The reason I brought it up was she had said, or someone had said the investigation is done, the investigative part.
The investigation is complete, but not the disciplinary portion.
Right, but the criminal investigation, is that complete?
The internal investigation. Chris, I guess maybe I'm not saying this correctly.
Well, I mean, I think his point is there a distinction between a criminal investigation and if it's an ongoing, if there is an ongoing criminal investigation, then we wouldn't be able to talk about that. And I think that if you just have to be patient and let the process play out.
So you weren't saying necessarily it is or isn't. That's all I need clarification on. Thank you.
Thank you. Carol, come up. Please try to keep it short.
You said something that triggered something, that's why. Maybe not you, somebody did. Because you were talking about changing as far as education, and I would agree. Like Lori, I'm also a professor, albeit retired, thankfully. But nonetheless, I would agree that it's important. But I remember my father always saying, if I had a choice between common sense and an education, I'd take common sense every day of the week. And I would have to agree to that. But then on the flip side of that, if you're opening something up saying that, we may not need that education part if you've got all these other things, why can't you maybe flip it as far as the managerial? And this is because of things that I've heard. So again, I don't want to speak out of turn about anything. But if that's the case, people that have been in the business for a long time, you can learn a management style. I mean, one of these applicants learned from the very best, Chief McGee, and all the years that they put in, they would learn what good management is, just like we sometimes learn from our parents, what are good parents and role models. So I just don't understand why some of those things may not be able to be considered, that you don't actually have to sit in a position for some time and have been a manager, but you can learn through other people, particularly if you've been on the job. And I just think that should be considered.
Thanks, Carol.
Okay, thank you.
Glenn, are we moving on from this subject?
I think we're...
Okay. Glenn, please.
Hi, I'm Glenn Watts. I live on Southview Drive at the far south side of the village. And I'm here tonight to urge you to move the financing for the bottleneck improvement project from the 16 year to the 2015 year. It's my understanding that as things now stand, in the event that there was a major fire event on the south side of the village at a time when we would lose electrical power at the pumping station, at the water treatment plant, that there would be inadequate water supplies to treat that or to fight that fire. And I think it's very important that the citizens, particularly all of the citizens and those on the south side, know that fire protection is available. And if this fact became known to the insurance community, I'm afraid it would have an adverse effect on our insurance rates. Now, this situation has gone on for a number of years, and thankfully we have not had a problem. We have not had these two events coincide. But I get you to think back to the Hurricane Ike that came through and left us without electrical power for 3 days, and sometimes more than that. And had we had a fire, people were using candles and other methods in their homes, it could have been a disaster. And to defer this when it is so critical, it hasn't happened yet, but should it happen, it would be a disaster. And I encourage you to keep that in mind and to move that forward by a year so that this situation can get fixed.
Thank you, Glenn.
Thank you.
Other comments? Other citizen concerns? Okay. Oh.
Well, just a minute, I have a question regarding Glenn's comment. Is that the case?
Johnny?
We do have a backup for the generator for one of the pumps if power goes down. That has been installed since 2008.
So that means that if there were a fire on the south side and the electricity was out, that the fire equipment could handle
So be able to maintain
fire.
pressure to the tower.
Thank you. Dan?
I'm Dan Harrigan, and this is not on the other topics here, except something that very beautiful I heard about on Facebook, that 2 of the 3 speed bumps up by the high school have been taken out. And I want to thank, I guess, the Greene County and Miami Township snow trucks that took it out. Let me just say, I know that's satirical, but I never understood why they were put up there. Because, as I understand, I'm not an engineer, but I've read enough about it. There's supposed to be an engineering study and a justification for that. It is not done arbitrarily. Because I've already known a number of cyclists who have hit those things at night, and it's very unpleasant when they take a spill. And if they take a serious enough accident, the village is responsible for, well, where are the signs that say, here's the speed bump?
Right, yeah.
I have no understanding why they are there. They make no point.
Well,
Did you want to speak?
No, go ahead and finish. You have your time.
Let's finish the job, take out the 3rd one, which is on
It's
South College
in the
Street.
plan. It's actually in the plan.
And nail down the spikes, and, well, we don't want rebar going through someone's tire.
Right. Well, and actually, Jason told me that they did go back and take out the rebar today from where the plows actually took out the other 2, and it is his plan to go back and take the final one out.
Thank you very much.
So-
The cyclists in town will appreciate it, as well as other people that run around those things.
Right. Yeah.
But there's another question here. Who put them in there and why?
You know, that was done before my time, so someone else will have to answer that.
There's a lady sitting here that at very many meetings complained about the speed and complained about the danger of the cars rounding the corners during school time.
Absolutely, Joan.
It's being resolved.
Yeah.
Good.
Thank you. Any other comments? Joan?
Get out of citizens' concerns. This is just a little comment about why those particular things were put in, is because they had what they had at the time to try to get people to stop. It's not the appropriate thing that was put in. And I had suggested that we try to get some way to get people to come to a stop. And it was put in because that was what the village had at the time. It wasn't meant to be a permanent solution at all. And I agree that there was really not the appropriate thing to put in. We do need to put something in there that will get people to slow down to the point where they'll at least look around the corner. Because coming from the south on East Enid, you can barely see around that corner at the stop sign. And that's because of the way the street was widened and designed. So people come tearing around that corner. And I lost a very sweet cat as a result of an idiot who didn't bother to stop. And I'm afraid that not only are we going to be losing pets, but we're going to be hitting kids because people don't bother to even slow down when they come to that corner. And it has to do not only with those 3 corners where there are stop signs, but it has to do with people coming out of the high school. And we need to have a police officer sitting at the intersection when the high school kids are coming out at the end of the school day, because they don't bother to stop. And that's the whole problem. And those speed bumps were the wrong thing to put in. I agree completely. And I kept saying, what are you going to do when the snowplows come?
Thanks, Joan. Any other comments? Glenn?
Glenn Watts, Southview Drive. I'd like to urge you to return responsibility for the sidewalks to the property owners and to look at the $50,000 that you will have in the budget that is then not committed, and think about putting sidewalk in so that there is a pedestrian way on the north, or on the south of Allen Street, running north and south. Currently, there is no sidewalk running north and south of Allen Street. And for a village that talks about being pedestrian friendly, having to walk on Spillin and particularly in the wintertime when the snowplows leave mounds of snow, I've almost been run over there when 2 cars were crossing and I was trying to walk there, and it's very dangerous. And there's no alternative. There's nothing along the 68. There's nothing. So,
Thanks.
please.
Athena?
I just wanted to address his comment. I'm sure you guys have heard this discussion many, many times before. As a person with disabilities who does use a power chair, who does use a wheelchair, I can tell you that when the sidewalks were the homeowner's responsibilities, there was no point for me to get on a sidewalk. I can't, sometimes there's still sidewalks that I can't get off of, so there's no point to get on. They're painful for me, and it's only been since the village has begun taking responsibilities for those repairs that I come to a sidewalk, and I'm so happily and pleasantly surprised that I get the safety of a sidewalk. So I just wanted to put my perspective as a person with disabilities out there, though I wholeheartedly agree that sidewalks south of the village would be something that I would support.
Thank you.
Just so you know, we are going to be discussing this issue in January. It's already on our agenda.
Okay, I think we're done with citizens' concerns. Moving on to special reports, we have HRC report on the police forum. I'll start with Brian and whoever is going to make the report.
Yes, I'd like to ask Catherine Hitchcock, who's the secretary of the Human Relations Commission, and Aaron Sari, who's the pastor at the Presbyterian Church and was also one of our facilitators at the forum a couple weeks ago. And they are going to co-present, and actually in our packets we had 2 items. One was a cover letter that sort of explained the process and some of the results, and also there's a spreadsheet that shows all the comments and also highlights some of the feedback that was emphasized by a lot of different groups. So with that, Catherine, I'll let you take it away.
Okay, I thought it would be helpful to go back and see how we got here. On August 4th, apparently I wasn't here at this meeting, but the council tasked HRC to devise a format for a forum on policing, which was based on some citizens' concerns and some discussions on HRC's part.
The task was reflected in the minutes of our regular meeting on August 7th. Patty came and said that Chief Pettiford would attend our September meeting to discuss his role, his possible role in the forum. Our minutes of September 4th indicate that the chief came, and as did Patty, and a date and time was set for October 23rd, 7 to 8:30, and some initial planning was begun at that meeting. By the time of the first HRC forum planning meeting on Saturday, September 27th, Chief Pettiford had resigned. We discussed at length what our next step would be, given that we figured a new chief search would soon begin. We decided to ask the community, with input from some of you, what we would ask the community. And so we put together a number of questions. What values are important to you? What concerns do you have? What works and doesn't work? What makes you feel connected or alienated? What qualities are you looking for in a police chief? And how do you think citizens can support our officers and improve community police relationships? We decided to put 9 boxes around the village, and we targeted those so we could get people to answer that come from different constituencies: First Presbyterian Church, the Emporium, the Gulch, Tom's Market, the library, BP, the high school, and at college and the senior center. We also put those questions up on SurveyMonkey, and a classified and press release appeared in the Yellow Springs News that directed villagers to those boxes or the SurveyMonkey site. At our regular meeting on October 2nd, we didn't discuss the forum because we were waiting to see the replies to the survey questions on the 17th. The second forum planning meeting that we had was on the 18th, the day after all those replies were gathered up. The minutes of that meeting indicate that we made final plans and formulated 3 questions, informed in part by the 50 responses that we got initially, that we would submit to the forum participants. Those questions were, and I think they're in the summary that were in your packet: what qualities do you want in our local police department? What qualities do you want in our next police chief? And what are the community values that define those responses? The overarching themes of the responses given were the wish for peacekeeping versus punishment, mediation efforts wherever possible, demilitarization, responses consistent with what is known as restorative justice, and active, visible contact and communication with citizens, and especially our youth. We pointed out in the summary that's in your packet that not everyone agreed on everything. That would hardly be possible in the village of Yellow Springs. And we did not intend to direct the police department to make policy based on the forum responses. Our goal was to provide a way for citizens to voice what is important to them in their police department. I'll let Aaron speak now.
Aaron, sorry, pastor of First Presbyterian. My involvement began actually with a conversation with fellow villager Kate Hamilton because I was beginning an initiative in my church of trying to facilitate better discussion between youth and the police department. And then I had a conversation with Council Member Hausch, and he asked if I'd be willing to work with the HRC and to be one of the facilitators of the original discussion with Chief Pettiford. And then, of course, that changed after the chief's resignation. I did facilitate one of the groups. We had, in the end, about 11 people who participated. I think it was very significant that 1/3 of the people who were in my group were 25 or younger. And there was a wide variety of diversity, male and female, gay, straight, black, white. People concerned about village issues. And so I know it's 70 people out of our village that's much larger than that, but I don't think the silence of those who won't participate should be speaking louder than those who came out and did participate. And if you look at the notes from each of the breakout groups, there are some consistent themes. And we understood that we weren't making policy. But through that facilitating and the conversations that I've had with police departments after our village manager asked me to be on the committee that's advising her, I think that there are two things that I really would like for council to focus on. One, there is frustration from the police department and also from villagers about communication. There is a fundamental lack of trust, for good or bad. And we cannot sweep the Paul Schenk incident under the rug. And I'm not saying that it hasn't been addressed, but it still continues to need to be addressed. And the next chief who comes in is going to have an 800-pound gorilla on his or her desk. And so I think that continuing conversations, I applaud the HRC and I applaud the Village Council for being committed to this process. But I think that there needs to be better communication between the police department and the village. And two, there are youth who feel targeted. There are young people who don't feel protected. Now, I grew up in this village, and some of y'all have been around here long enough to remember when I was acting a fool when I was 15 or 16 years old. But I grew up with Livingston, and I grew up with Banner, and I grew up with Nipper and with Pierce, and I had sleepovers with their kids. And they knew that they could correct me, but they wouldn't take me to jail. They'd give me a talking to. And some of our youth now don't feel that that is the model. So what I want to offer to the council is my dedication, not just with words, but with action. When the new police chief comes in, I want to offer my services to help with the development of programming, using my influence at the church, my position at the church, any way that I can be an asset to help the communication between our youth and the police department. Please remember my name. And for fellow villagers, I want to assure you that that community forum absolutely is informing the process of the police chief search. People aren't going to be happy with whatever happens, but I promise you that that forum was significant and it's on all of our minds as we work with the village manager. If any of you have questions about what's going on, I will do my best. You can contact me. I'm at the church. You can email me. I will tell you what I'm able to tell you, and I will answer your questions. And any concerns you have, I'll make sure that they get to the committee. And our village manager has a wonderful, wonderful open door policy. So if you have concerns, know that she will listen. Because I send her emails at 11:30 at night, and she responds in about 10 minutes, right? So just know that what we did at the forum was not just talk. It was the first step, and we're committed to continue to do it. And in the spirit of that, I've also applied to the council to be an alternate on the HRC. I want to continue to be part of this process. So thank you.
Briefly, next steps. Tonight there was a meet and greet. Thank you, Patty, for arranging for that. She had talked about that in the planning of this, and so that happened. I hope some of the new faces are more familiar now. We hope that, as Aaron said, that the forum responses will inform the hiring of the chief. We have set a date for December 4th at 4 o'clock for an HRC subcommittee to meet with police officers to share with them what we're sharing with you tonight. For those of you who wondered why the police were not there that night, we talked about it, and the committee felt that, the commission felt that might inhibit some people from talking freely.
Thank you, Catherine, for saying that.
Potential future events which have been talked about and are not in stone in any way are small meetings with the new chief on a quarterly basis that would be available to citizens. Other forums as issues or concerns would arise. After the new chief is in place, the commission feels we need to answer the questions that were posed by citizens regarding SWAT and drug task force involvement, among other questions that were asked in the first survey that we did. We told them that we would get answers to that, but we have to wait for a new chief for that. So thank you.
Thank you, Catherine and Aaron.
Thanks a lot.
Any comments, questions from council for these two at least while they're here?
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank HRC and everyone that planned the forum. I attended. I felt it was really a great thing. And I do see it as one step, and I also thank you, Patty, for hosting the meet and greet, and that was, I mean, there were truly officers who I had never met. I had a chance to greet them. And I do want council to continue, well, I'm not going to say continue because I'm not sure that council has ever much looked at policy around policing. I don't know that that's happened, and I don't think it's probably an easy thing to do, but given the lack of trust, that's not just because of things in this village. I mean, I think it's because of things that's been happening regionally and nationally as well, and changes that are happening in our society and in our village, that I do want council to be looking at issues of policy and interfacing with whomever else and the police department, so that, well, transparency is this buzzword that, anyway, so that people are feeling a higher level of trust, and so that we can be talking about these things and having more understanding from the police point of view of why certain things happen, and, you know, more of a conversation.
I agree. I think that's very good, and I think that we will. And again, we had the forum, which I think was good, even though there was some discussion of canceling it with the chief leaving. But I think as these go along, I think that the steps are appropriate, and waiting to kind of get on to the next discussion until we do have a new chief, I think works very well. But encouraging HRC to go forward. I hope HRC and the community hears that we are committed, and this is going to be part of our agenda in 2015. So
I just want to underscore, I really like the next step of the HRC subcommittee formally presenting to the police department what was discussed in the forum, and highlighting that some of these next steps will come out of that conversation. And that was something that we talked about as a group, is, again, what ideas do our officers have about how this communication can work.
Yeah,
So
the dialogue is important, and mutual respect. The dialogue helps to build mutual respect, and that's important. So
yeah.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
And thanks to the HRC members who are here who weren't standing. So the next item on the agenda is about a discussion regarding excise tax on hotel accommodations. I will be recusing myself because my husband is involved with one of the projects with a hotel. So.
Okay. Lori? Okay, so I'll turn this over to Patty, I guess, would be the best way.
What you have in front of you is a letter that I received from Mr. Jim Hammond, who is building the Mills Park Hotel, and I actually kind of expected Mr. Hammond to be here tonight, but I don't see him. He does object to council's, I guess I'll say at this point, discussion of a possible excise tax, which was a 3% tax on the rooms at the hotel. He objects to it in effect because he feels that it will damage or inhibit his business in some way. I also did speak with Stacy Weird, who is the new owner of the Arthur Morgan House. And she really didn't have any feeling one way or the other about the excise tax and whether it would adversely affect her business. I know that I have been contacted by some B&B owners to see if there is a possibility, Chris, and I referred that to you, of making the tax also affect smaller B&Bs, because this particular owner, and I will let that person speak up if they so choose, thought that it would be not a bad idea if it were possible to apply it to all of the B&Bs. Chris, I don't know what you found.
Well, as a general sense, the statute says that it has to be 5 or more bedroom rooms.
That it has to be, or that if you enact it, does it just automatically apply to those?
That's a better way to put it. If the legislation is enacted, it would apply to
5 or more.
5 or more rooms in whatever the facility is, whether it's a B&B or hotel.
But does that wording necessarily prohibit it from being? That was the question.
It depends on the size of the B&B.
Okay.
I mean, if they've got more than 5 or more rooms, but it would not apply across the board to a smaller B&B.
Okay.
And we have no authority to have it apply to smaller B&Bs.
I don't think so, because I think the state would consider that would be something that they had, that would be exempt from local regulation. I would also point out that because the county has imposed their own tax, there's a 3% that goes in, even if the village were not to impose the hotel excise tax, there's still a 3% that would come in. I think Xenia has their own excise tax as well, so other communities in the area have the tax.
So at this point, then, what that would mean is that should council choose to enact this, it would apply to 2 businesses in the village, which would be the Mills Park Hotel and the Arthur Morgan House.
Did you had I thought you had a recommendation, but maybe you're...
My initial recommendation to council was that they enact this 3% excise tax. After speaking with Mr. Hammond, he's adamant that, I don't know how to phrase this politely, he believes that it would not be in his best interest to proceed with the hotel should council enact this tax. I guess is a way to put it. So I really expected him to be here tonight, but he's not here. So it was not in a closed-door meeting that he expressed that sentiment. There were other people standing around, so I don't think I'm speaking necessarily out of turn.
So I guess, yes, please.
Okay. So I actually had I met him in Tom's. And we had a lengthy conversation. And after talking with him...
Tom's?
Pardon?
In Tom's?
In Tom's Market, yes. And after talking with him, I changed my thinking on it. Previously, I had thought it made sense to have the tax, and I also thought it made sense to see if we could tax all the small places like the Village Guest House, which I own. But what changed it for me was small places like the Guest House don't have any tax at all, which I didn't know, and I was paying it for 4 years, but anyway. So the state got that money. So larger establishments pay the sales tax, which is almost 7% now. Then they pay the county tax, which is 3%, which brings it up to 10%, basically. And if we impose an additional 3%, am I correct? 7, 3, 10. It's almost 13% tax. And at that point, I'm going, whoa, yeah, I can see that it just like puts it over the edge of the anything under, psychologically for me, I think, under 10%, yeah, okay, you got this tax. But then you add on that other, and it's well over 10%. And, I think that the rationale for the hotel, there was a motivation to help the community. I think that's a big part of the motivation. And as Mr. Hammond states, there will be significant property tax that probably will be bringing in more income than our tax. So if we are saying that we are business, that we want to be business friendly and promote economic development, I think there's a good case to be made, and I would support holding back on putting this tax in place. I mean, when I talked with him, he wasn't as adamant as he was when you were talking with him, and he suggested how about if you wait a while until his business gets established? And really, the Morgan House has a new business owner too. So
Right.
I would recommend that we hold off on this tax for goodwill, if nothing else. But I can really see why, when you're paying when people have to pay 13% tax, and other businesses don't, restaurants don't have to pay that.
Well, and I would like to address two things. First is the increase in the property tax. There will be an increase in the property tax because currently that property is taxed as agricultural.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, we don't get to choose our taxing categories, just so everybody in the room is aware. But
bizarre.
yes, it is fairly bizarre. But that said, yes, there will be an increase in property tax. It can be estimated, but right now it's not very accurate because of the revaluation that's going on. So I don't want to throw that number out there and be off. The second thing that council needs to be aware of is that the village, in order to do those improvements there, has put upwards of, well, actually more than $268,000 into the improvements that went in on Limestone Street, primarily to accommodate the hotel. So that is something that council does need to be aware of, that by the time we did the stormwater and the sewer and the water and the electric improvements that were necessary to do while we had the road dug up, that we added that all up, and it was $268,400 and something dollars that the village had put into those improvements.
Is it possible to do a TIF, or have we lost that?
You can't. We did look into it while it was possible. However, the increase on a TIF on a property that small, by the time you make the schools whole, because you always want to make the schools whole on a TIF, you don't want to take any of their funding away, it would not have realized that much of an increase. And I actually spoke to Steve McHugh at Chris's office. He's the TIF attorney, and he advised against it because of the cost of the legal costs that would be involved in putting it in. We would not actually realize enough from it to make it worth our while.
Well, I am fine with holding off, giving him a chance to get the business established, and also letting the new owner of the Arthur Morgan also get their business established, to get them as places that people are very clear about and aware of and want to come back to. So, and I believe Patty's original, when I was asking you what your original, my remembrance was that her original recommendation was to wait, not to do it immediately, because it's not even open yet.
Right, that was my recommendation last council meeting.
Right. So I really do not have a problem waiting. The way I'm going to think about it, I'll just tell you how I'll think about it, is that we are increasingly, or we are at least partly, a tourist destination, and being a tourist destination has costs that local residents are burdened by. And having taxes on services that primarily benefit people who come to visit is a way for us to help recoup some of the costs that being attractive to people from outside of our village ends up costing the local residents. So I will be weighing that. Obviously, we do want to be thinking about, being a place where locally owned businesses can thrive. I think Jim Hammond has done some very nice work, and I do believe he wants to improve the village. I don't have a sense that he is he has anything but good intentions for Yellow Springs. But we are in a state of budget. We have some serious budget realities that we're facing, and very limited means that we can raise revenues. So we do have to seriously consider them all and try to balance these concerns and balance the best interests of the village as a whole. So I don't have a problem waiting.
And Brian, I think you talked to him as well. Do you have anything?
Yeah, I mean, I think that I tend to agree with everything that I've heard. Again, I want to underscore that, sort of like what Lori said, it's our duty as council to discuss and consider these kinds of taxes, no matter what our decisions are. That's what we were elected for. And that was one of the things that Jim and I talked about. And I do want to, I guess, differ from the idea that contemplating something like this as being business unfriendly. This is a standard practice. As Chris mentioned, every municipality around us has this kind of tax. So it doesn't mean that that's going to be our ultimate decision, but this is in line with what we are supposed to do. That being said, I'm also okay with waiting and discussing it later.
Jerry, you have any thoughts?
Yes, I do. I'm a council person, but I'm also a citizen. Okay, and until Ms. Bates just said it, I as a citizen, I invested almost $250,000 to make improvements. Okay, and I as a citizen, I didn't have a voice in that. It was done. Okay, and I'm living here now, and I as a citizen, I've been hearing the budget discussions and how our revenue is going down and business growth has stayed kind of flat. And if I wanted to continue to get the services that I like, I'm going to have to pay for them. But someone from out of town, they can come in and use my streets, they can use my water, they can use my sewer, and they go back home. Okay? So, and I'm a person, and I worked for the government for 30 years and traveled extensively. And every place I went, I had to pay, and you folks had to pay because I was a government employee. You paid that village or that city or that whoever a 3% for me to stay here. But when those same folks come to Yellow Springs, we say, oh, well, that's okay. The county put the 3% on, and the hotel is still going forward, okay? Because I want to not only help myself, but help the community. No, stop the project if you put the 3% on. When I get my bill and staying at hotels, you look at the bottom line. I don't negotiate with the hotel owner this tax or that tax. I understand that it's a privilege for me if I choose to stay into that hotel, that's what I choose to pay. If not, I go someplace else. I can understand waiting, but what if the property or the hotel or the business never reaches the level that the owner thinks it should be at? And we think he's successful. He may not think he's successful, but I still don't get a 3%. Okay, I'd like to see us do kind of a study around to say, okay, if this is the practice in the hotel business, then I think we should follow that practice. Okay? And yes, let's have a discussion on it, but I'm only have one more year on council. And if I decide to run or not to run, I hope we don't take 3 or 4 years to determine whether or not we feel that that tax is appropriate, okay? Because the tax could go the way Ohio goes. In 5 years, that tax could be 6%. But if I decided to lock it in at 3% today, you know, I could make an argument to say, we'll keep ours at 3, we wouldn't raise it to 6 or 7, okay? But I feel that talking as a citizen, that yeah, I made an investment, but I also should be able to recoup a small portion of that investment that I made to get additional people by the use of the hotel or the bread and breakfast to come to Yellow Springs. Everybody should benefit, okay? The merchants benefit, the restaurants benefit, the artists benefit. Why can't I, Jerry citizen, benefit from my taxes not going up by that small portion that I'm being able to get from the outside? So, okay?
Okay. I guess I can open it up for public discussion. If there's anybody who has questions or comments. Carol, you want to come forward, please?
Thank you. Carol Cobbs again. With the taxing like that, that 3%, does Mr. Hammond get that?
No.
Comes to the village.
He would come to the village. Okay, but do the people then that are staying there,
Right.
they pay that?
That's
Because I
correct.
remember the last hotel I stayed at in Atlanta, Georgia, I thought, oh my God, what happened? Thought the room was that. And it was really very high.
Right, there are several taxes added onto your room in those
Okay,
places.
so it's really not like he's benefiting now.
No.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, with that in mind, and I think Mr. Hammond has done beautiful work. I love his little place down in
The Grinnell.
House
Mhm.
and what he's done, and I love what he's doing here. It's brought back so many memories because it's like the Mills lawn home that as a teenager we all had our little parties and things. So I'm tickled to death, and I would hope that he would be allowed that time, as others might be, to see how it goes. Now, what you were talking about supporting him with the kinds of things that it took, I guess, for him and the village. to
The
get
infrastructure
involved.
improvements.
Okay. No, are those things that also would have helped us anyhow?
Not really. I mean, they were basically upgrades that were necessary to handle the increased flow from the hotel. Johnny, would you agree with that?
Yes, we had to put in a new water line for the hotel across Xenia Avenue. And we have to extend the primary down the alley for the hotel just to be able to accommodate the electric.
And Jason, would you agree with that as far as the sewer and the stormwater?
100%.
Okay, but we have a tendency to do that for other businesses. I know with Antioch, we've done some things over the years, I'm sure, more recently to water.
Yeah, I think it relates to, I mean, I think it's encouraging economic development. And so that's why council agreed to support that. I mean, this was before we were on council, but, you know, again.
All right, I just really
Yeah,
want
there's a
more
logic to it.
clarification.
Yep.
Thank you, okay.
Isaac is raising his hand again.
Yeah, sorry. I forgot I'm in charge. Yeah, sorry.
Isaac again, Walnut Street. I've been in the hospitality and restaurant business for 15 years, and I know about all the taxes and the financial hardships restaurants can face, hotels, etc. I think that this project is a good one, and I think that the village was very generous in helping Mr. Hammond out with basic infrastructure improvements. And I think it would also be generous to extend the period in which he wasn't paying that 3% that's typical in just about every community that exists and has hotels. But it would be good to see a commitment that there would be a tax imposed on this business for that purpose, because those infrastructure improvements were made, and I think part of the point of business development is that we get a little bit of that business, really.
Right. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. Any other comments before we bring it back? All right. Seeing none, what I think what I'm hearing is that there's a consensus we should wait, but not necessarily that long.
Correct.
Because is that fine? We want to then make sure that we revisit this.
I don't think the hotel is slated to open until the middle of 2015, so perhaps the first part of 2016, is that when council would like to revisit?
Jerry won't be on council unless
he runs.
He didn't say for sure, right?
He runs.
This may incentivize.
There you go.
I mean, but for future councils, you know, I think, you know, that, you know, he's up and running, and, you know, I just don't want council to wait 2 or 3 years after he's open to determine that.
I hear that.
Tax.
And,
because, you know, our sources are sources of revenues are getting
down.
revenues are down, and the likelihood of other things coming in is not that great. So.
Right.
There was also the suggestion of looking to see, do all the other communities surrounding it.
I wrote it down.
Yeah,
Okay.
I know Patty's going to do that.
so yeah, let's make sure that happens.
I don't write it
and-
down, I don't remember it, so I wrote it down.
So do we need to make a motion, or are we just?
There was no, I mean, council can just, as a consensus, like you just did, say,
Yeah,
let's
it's just
revisit it
discussion,
early
that's
in 2016. And I wrote that down as well.
Good.
So-
Excellent. All right, well, I think we can call Karen back in. Thank you, Paul. Appreciate your attentiveness. And our next exciting item will be the salt situation. So I'll put Jason on deck to come and read the scintillating memo about the salt situation, which is,
Yeah, there's copies out there.
it was a pretty bad day out there today, so salt is important to know about.
We woke up to a lot more than what we were supposed to get. So it was interesting this morning. Thank you, council, for letting me come and present this to you. Basically, the packet that I've given you is basic understanding of everybody statewide, not only countywide, statewide is on a salt shortage. It's been in the media, it's been in the newspapers, and we are no exception. Currently, the Greene County has 5,000 tons of salt, and that's where we get our salt from. So they've kind of put a freeze on us. They gave us the option to fill our salt barns at the end of last year and the beginning of this year. So we've taken that opportunity to do that. It cost us $56 a ton as opposed to the $100 a ton that we are getting charged now. That can go up to $150 a ton if we go through a private supplier. So what this is basically detailing is how Greene County is going to change their procedures, which we are going to kind of follow in changing our procedures. No longer are we going to be able to salt every street. It's just not an option. What we will, however, do is plow every street, and then we will spot salt. We will salt the intersections, make sure that nobody's sliding through the intersections, make sure that there's safety there. Spot salting also, if there's a lot of car traffic, will let that salt go a lot farther. So you'll have your wheelbase that's still thawing out. So all the main drags will get plowed and salted. So your Dayton streets, your Allen streets, your Spillane roads, everything will get plowed and salted all the way through. But we're going to try to conserve salt as much as possible. If we are running into an issue at the end of December, Bob Geyer has assured me that we will all sit down, put our heads together and say, this is not working, we need to go out and shop for more salt, which by that time, hopefully the prices dropped a lot. So,
Okay.
It should, I think it should be noted too that even the private salt companies, if you're already set up as a customer, they're not selling to you. I mean, you know, as I think I've explained to council before, in my last position, I set them up as a direct customer of Morton Salt, and they are not able to get salt this year, even from Morton Salt as a direct customer.
no, actually, Morton's has scaled it back because we were on the list to become a customer, but because there wasn't enough interest in this area, they retracted that. So basically, our hands are tied, and Bob's just really trying to save us, you know, as much money as he can. Because $100 for a ton of salt is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Right.
Ridiculous. But what I have supplied on the last page is what we have used last year and the beginning of this year to accommodate the worst winter that I've been around since I've been here 9 years. And what that will tell you is that basically we're off by 80 tons of what we did for last year.
We're down?
No, we have 187 tons of salt in our salt barn now.
And last year we used 260.
Last year we used 260.
Right, so, yeah.
Yes.
So we're down 60. I mean,
Yes.
What we may
So
need.
I think that
We
if we
hope it's not going to be as bad,
Exactly. And I think that if we can serve like we're going to try to, I've already informed my guys, I'm going to inform the police department. Unfortunately, when it gets down to 15 below or 15 degrees, we're not going to be able to come out and throw down salt at nighttime.
It doesn't
It's not going to
work.
work. I mean, I think what we got with today was the ground was still, still warm.
Yeah.
And the sun came out.
Yeah.
So we only used 4 tons of salt today, and that was I think my guys did a great job.
Yeah, things seemed great today.
Yes.
I hope everybody, I mean, if
Did a really great job.
later in the day.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Jason, and I don't remember what the answer to this is, even with the calcium chloride in the salt, what is the effective temperature that it works down approximately? I know it's below freezing, but I don't remember how much.
It's below freezing. It just depends. If you get the calcium chloride, you can work to it. It's roughly about 10 degrees. The colder it gets, though, I mean, the beet juice and everything else works a little bit more. I mean, it works down to maybe 0 degrees, maybe -5 degrees, but it doesn't work that well. I mean, everything works better in the sunlight. But, a couple different options that we looked at is we can't do anything with grit, which grit is the sand and the salt, because it gets down in our storm system and gets down in the sanitary and causes backups. And we can't do a pre-treatment because we don't have the equipment. Now, if we had the equipment, it's a $60,000, $85,000 expenditure, and I don't feel comfortable coming and begging council for that. So we're going to have to deal what we have. We have our box spreader, which should be here roughly in about a week or so, which it will have the calcium chloride tank on it, and it'll mix it so it'll work better. But obviously, this is our deal for now. I mean,
Right.
We're just going to try to conserve salt and spot salt, but again, all the main drags will get hit, salted all the way through, and then all the remaining streets and alleyways and everything will get plowed, but spot salted.
Okay.
And I think obviously all of our surrounding, I mean, this is from Bob Geyer, who's the Greene County engineer, so that means that the same is going to be true of the township roads and other roads in the county. So, and it's going to be true of the state routes and the whole state. I mean, this isn't, so I think everybody has to be careful. If you can possibly afford, new tires, that would be incredible, because seriously, that's going to be a big help for people. But
Winter
you're going to
tires.
have to be very careful and be very cautious all season, because there may not be salt where you expect it.
Yeah. And another thing to keep in mind is the state has abundance
Oh, they do? Oh, so...
Oh, they ordered 180,000 tons.
Okay, so let's go out and scrape it off of Xenia Avenue and plow down.
If you
Keep
wanna
the
come
plow
out
down
with
as
us,
you're
I'll
crossing.
call you.
Keep the plow down as you're crossing.
You can do that.
All right. So Jason, while you're here, and Patty doesn't know, can we have Jason talk about sidewalk, talk about streetscape?
Yeah, I mean, I was going to do it in my report, but that's fine, let him go ahead now.
I was going to comment anyways. I talked to Chris Durst from Durst Brothers Excavating. Unfortunately, due to the weather today, he wasn't able to pour this evening. So I wanted to let everybody know that he is scheduled to pour at night starting Wednesday night. And he will pour until he's done in the night. So
Which will hopefully be Thursday or Friday.
Thursday or Friday, hopefully, will be our last pour.
Okay.
And that is when the weather is supposed to get a little better as well.
I mean, at this point, is there a real need to work at night? I mean, I know that the work at night has been important, especially when there was demo and to have less traffic, but would the concrete benefit from the sunlight and a little bit more warmth during the day?
Well, I think that once we pour it, we can put our concrete blankets over top of it, and it'll keep it warm. That way, it'll enable it to harden a lot quicker, and won't be susceptible to cracks. And I think the reason why we're going to do it at night is to not be an inconvenience to anybody else. We want to pour it and remain out of the merchant's way as much as possible.
The plan is that once it's poured and the blankets are on it, to put an access bridge, a piece of
like a
plywood,
catwalk.
like over to each of the businesses.
Okay.
So that you can still get into each of the businesses without walking on the new concrete. So please, if you are out walking about once they've poured that, please try to walk on those pieces of plywood as opposed to on the new concrete.
We did hear that people were stepping on the brand-new curb.
They did.
The brand-new curb as it was being poured. And it had to go back and be, I mean, there is no excuse for adults to be walking on wet concrete. So please be kind.
Yeah.
And responsible. So, thank you. Thanks for being here.
Thanks, Jason.
Next item on the agenda is CBE next steps. I will.
Chris, do you want to recap the discussion we had? That's probably the easiest way to.
All right, I didn't bring my notes. Fundamentally, I think that there is an option that exists that the village could take over the property because of the loan. And the other scenario is that the owners of the property can continue it and they can market it. It's still a valuable piece of property. It still has the potential for economic development. And I think that decisions need to be made at the board level with the community resources for them to determine what they're going to do next. And I don't know if they've made that determination. I haven't heard anything in that regard.
I don't believe they have.
But I think that they just need to process the results of the referendum vote. And I think that I view this as a situation where they need to come to the village to say, here's what our intentions are with this property. And then I think at that point, to the extent the decisions need to be made, Council and Patty will discuss what makes sense to, I think, preserve that property and make it the most desirable for potential development. Which means that because of the referendum, there's not going to be a present intention by the village to do anything to allocate money to move forward with the project. Is that a fair summary, Patty?
I think so.
Okay. Okay. John?
Yeah, you need to come
on
forward.
I thought maybe you were going to be discussing it.
No.
John Eastman. I'm, as a township trustee, I'm an ex officio member to the board of, I'm a non-voting ex officio member on the board of community resources. And from what I just heard, there's a couple other considerations, and one is that really are in the village's lap. So it's kind of a chicken and egg situation. So right now, for example, the right-of-way for the streets has been deeded to the village. Now, the village has not recorded that deed, but Community Resources, so the Community Resources could come back to the village and say, would you please return that, deed it back to us. But that's a decision, because right now that property is in the hands of the village rather than in the hands of Community Resources. The same thing, there's a subdivision that will have to be reversed because of it's hand in hand with the road. So that's one thing. The other thing is the village is the one, as I understand, holds the grant from the Corps of Engineers. And I've not seen the language for the terms of that grant as to whether that's now gone or whether there's other ways to utilize that on some project that was not subject to the referendum. But that's not a Community Resources. Community Resources has no access to that grant other than the village doing a project utilizing that grant money. So that's a question that is a village question that I haven't heard addressed yet. So I think those are the, and then another question is, and it relates to access to infrastructure, is right now the water, the sanitary, and the storm sewer are at East Union Road. So there's no utilities to the property. The referendum was related to building infrastructure primarily within the property. I'm not clear whether or not it's possible to use the Corps grant to get infrastructure to the property distinct from within the property. So I think there's questions to still be explored. Community Resources has had these same kinds of discussions during a board meeting, and so really letting it sit and gel for a while, sort things out, and also to hear where the village is. So it's a little bit chicken and the egg. Does Community Resources come back to the village council? Does the community council discuss and say something about its intent regarding the right-of-way, the subdivision, and the infrastructure to the property as considerations?
Thanks, John. I might be able to address some of those.
Okay.
The reason that the right-of-way is not actually recorded is because there was a miscommunication between the engineer and Judy and myself, and Judy has those and actually has another thing that she needs to record, so I believe it is her intention to record all of those at the same time. That's the first thing. The second thing is, as far as the Army Corps of Engineers money is concerned, I can tell you from my own past experience with that pot of money that they will allow you minor changes in scope of the project, but if you are applying for a massive change in scope or another project, you have to start from square one, and that money goes back to the Army Corps. I mean, it's not like we have that money sitting here, because that's not how that money works, but you cannot move that money to another project, or you cannot significantly change the scope of the project that the grant was in the original grant application.
Have you or will you be contacting the Corps of Engineers? What's the process?
Melissa's been talking to them about how that needs to work. I don't know exactly what she found out. She did indicate that that's part of what she's meeting with the auditor about tomorrow. So hopefully we'll have some further information on that soon.
Okay. I mean, my view, I'm looking at the property. In fact, Patty and I were both made aware of a possible project for which that site would work for, and we passed the information along. I consider that to be a developable site. There's no for a potential economic development project, and that's the way I'm treating it. So if projects come along that it's a possibility for, I'm letting people know about it. I guess related to your question, John, I consider the situation really to be in Community Resources' hands. They own the bulk of the property. I think the next step is really with them to determine how they see the future of the property that they own.
And as the council rep to CRCB, I'll take that back to them. And also as the council's rep, if Patty or whoever have some information that may be helpful with the CBE and Education Village in moving forward with a different project, please let me know so I can pass it on to them.
Okay.
And they can move forward. I was going to say something in the report process, but and John kind of said it also. The CR, there's some decisions that they need to make as a group as to how they're going to go forward. And what we decided was to take a couple months to let soak in what's happened. And I think it was January, John? Yes. In January, get back together and determine where the group is going to go. So, okay.
Any other comments?
Yeah, so does that mean that since the village controls the 400,000 from the Corps, and that we can't, apparently, we can't do anything with it, and that community resources can't either, that then we basically just return it to the Corps of Engineers?
But some of that money's been spent, hasn't it?
Yeah, there was some surveying that was done.
A minimal amount.
And the decision to make it Fonzie.
I think most of the money that got spent was spent from the Department of Transportation.
Right,
grant.
yeah, that's correct.
The remainder of that money was lost, but the largest portion of what had already been spent was from that source.
Yes, there was only a small portion, and part of it is probably the Fonzie,
right.
Which is, for those of you who don't understand, it's a finding of no significant impact, which has to do with the environmental impact of the project on the site. And it's a requirement of any Army Corps or federal funding. And unfortunately, the Army Corps has the strictest Fonzie requirements of anybody, so probably costs quite a bit of money.
Yeah, very true. And then I think the other question would be, I totally agree with, in terms of those kinds of grants, there's a scope. And the thing is, and you know, I can say that I haven't gone to look at the actual language because I wasn't involved at the time when all that was done, but what was actually the language of the scope and how it may not be necessarily so that to just assume that the scope is so dramatically changed it can't be utilized. It might be the language is such as to support the economic development of this parcel, in which case taking utilities out to the entrance drive could support that project. And it might not. It might be the way the language is written is too strict. So from my point of view, this is the kind of thing where I want to see the document, I want to see the language, and then go from there rather than make assumptions about the degree of scope
it might
change.
make sense for you to get together with Patty and look at that
We've been
document.
trying to figure out time to have a meeting, and
So that'll be
on
good.
several other subjects that unrelated to this.
Okay.
So-
Just add it to the list and see
Okay.
that sometime.
Any other comments from citizens about this? Okay. We added what I think will be a short discussion item about a letter we received from the tree committee regarding an invoice.
Yes. Jason and I were approached by members of the tree committee about some work that was done out at the Arboretum at Ellis Park. And it required the work of a tree service because it wasn't something they could do and it wasn't something that we had the equipment to do. So after the work was done, they did approach us and ask us if we would pay the invoice. And my response to them was that it was my understanding that the tree committee was supposed to care for the Arboretum and be self-sustaining, and that if they wanted that to change in the way that was done, that it was something that council would have to be approached about, because it was my understanding that was how that was set up, is that the tree committee would take care of those types of things. So we do have in the packets tonight a letter from them requesting that we pay half of this. I mean, there are several ways that council could probably proceed. You could say, no, we're not going to pay any of it. You could say, we'll pay this time, but we need to sit down and talk about it more in depth for future future bills, or you could, pay the whole thing. So the total amount is $1,600. It was $2,000, but they had a $400 discount. So it is $1,600. They are asking that the village pay half of this, which is $800. Again, I did get a call about this back in September, shortly after it happened. I told them to send me the invoice and that I would bring it forward, and they haven't send it to us until now, so this has been out there.
So what's the distinction? There was $5,000 in the budget for tree removal at Ellis.
That's our part of the trees.
Okay, so this is the arboretum that is...
in the arboretum itself, that back in the back, there's a large section that has a couple of large trees that had some dead
We own the property, is that right?
We own the property, but the arboretum was part of the care of the tree committee.
I think that, do they take care of all of the trees that just till they get to a point, right?
I don't know what they do on private property. Okay. If they plant what is considered a street tree, or they plant one on village property, then we do take care of it. However, if you look at their own flyer that they put together, it does say that they care for the trees in the arboretum.
Okay.
So, I mean, it's kind of a...
Well, I guess it's frustrating that this seems like a different practice than the past, that we're being asked after the fact to pay rather than consulted, at least as a courtesy, before incurring a bill on our behalf. Especially if they're advertising that they are the ones who care for the trees in the arboretum. So it's just a little frustrating to me. It's sort of like when my students come to me and ask for a change after the deadline is already passed. It's just frustrating.
Yeah, and that may or may not have been confusing, because apparently the way that it happened was they decided that they could not do this particular work. They called Jason. He went out and he said, we do not have the ability to do that for you. You're going to have to call a tree service.
I see.
They called a tree service. I don't know if they thought we were going to pay for it, but I don't think that it was ever given to them as an indication. I mean, he simply said, we can't do it. We don't have the equipment to do that. You're going to need to call a tree service.
But that was something that they wanted done, not something that we wanted done.
Correct. But it was something that was necessary for safety reasons.
Dangerous, yeah. I mean,
to me, I don't like it, but I can't see now, I can't talk. But anyway, I'd go 50-50 with them, but this time. But I would expect that they would come to you and Jason in the future, if it's within your authority to do it, you go ahead and do it. If not, you bring it to council. I just, it's a small amount, and I don't want to spend a half an hour debating it. So I say let's split it 50-50.
Do we have any documentation beyond their own flyer about this?
I wasn't able to find anything that was any further. It's just been past practice, is what I'm being told, is that we don't normally pay for the things that they are responsible for.
I think I tend to agree with Jerry, but I also think that we need to have more oversight on the trees being planted on our property.
Yeah, that's
if they
been
are if they are going to start to be our responsibility, because our budget is just getting to the point where we just can't assume all of this additional expense and maintenance if at least without our knowledge, without our prior knowledge.
I mean, that's the thing. It's
and
frustrating that it's an after the fact.
Right, and the budget issues were addressed during the meeting that we had, as far as helping them to understand where we stood on our budget and going forward. I
mean, we love our trees.
Right.
So, Rose.
Is it open?
Sure, go ahead. Sure.
I'm Rose Pelzel. I'm a fan of trees, but it seems like, and I really believe that the prior knowledge and, the village could, take over the oversight of all of the trees. That could be, like part of policy. But the tree committee, as far as I know, like, people donate to the tree committee who are interested in the trees that the tree committee plants and enjoys them, and they don't, as last time I heard, they don't have financials. They're not in financial straits. They have a bank account that has money in it. They can plant more trees. I think that they should take care of the trees that they say they're going to take care of to the people who give them money. It feels really good to plant a tree, and it will be there for a long time, and it's cheap, but taking care of the tree when it's really expensive seems like they want the village to pay for it. I think the village should plant trees too, but and take care of those trees that they plant. But I think the tree committee has its own set of things that it does, and this is part of them. And I mean, if the village wants to start doing that, I think that's a different discussion, and I think they should be here and ask you to do that, not just send you an invoice.
Thanks, Rose.
Thank you, Rose.
Any other comments? So I think what you're hearing from council is council in agreement to split, or
I'm very persuaded by Rose, and that was how I was feeling, and it was really nice to have somebody very articulate. I was feeling bad about this, and now I'm feeling worse. So, especially that they're just not here, and I love the tree committee. I love the people, and I don't, I guess I'm a little frustrated, and I'm frustrated at the way they chose to word this, that there wasn't more, that it's just like, here's this bill.
And I have a bachelor's degree in forestry, so obviously I love trees. But, I did express some pretty strong concerns to them about the fact that the care of trees is very expensive. I mean, especially if you're going to plant them in public places. And, if you're planting them in someone's yard, that's one thing. It's a homeowner's responsibility. They agree to that. But they do plant trees in a lot of public places that people can't necessarily care for them appropriately. I mean, they've planted so many on the school grounds and, other places that are now going to become a financial burden to those property owners, ourselves included. So
I just saw the sentence where it says, they plant them, they maintain them, thereafter village crews are responsible for their care.
But the Arboretum is a totally, you've seen the Arboretum. I don't think the village would have ever taken it upon themselves to plant the Arboretum.
Clearly I think we need to get together with the tree committee and have some.
I think if council wants to pay the portion of this bill, but then have a discussion about any future expenses that would be incurred, I think that would be appropriate.
And future planting of trees, too.
Right.
Absolutely.
Right.
Well, and I guess just, clarifying this, standard of practice or, whatever it is.
I think Paul has a comment.
Paul Abendroth, can't bite my tongue any longer. I'm a member of the tree committee. Tree committee has planted hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of trees in this town. We're known for our trees, and our policy, I think, is clear that we start them, and we get them going, and then it's the village's responsibility. Those trees weren't planted by the tree committee. They were there before the Arboretum. I think it's the village's responsibility to take this on, maybe get a better memorandum of understanding with the tree committee for the future. Thank you.
Okay, so Lori?
Yeah, I'm fine.
$800, so split it.
Yeah, I think that's good, but I like what Paul said about we need to have a clear MOU moving forward.
I agree. And permission, understanding if trees are going to be planted on our property, we have to know about it. We have to be informed about it.
Yeah. Well, we have to be consulted.
Yes.
Not just informed.
Right, exactly.
But what Paul has said is that what was done on this these trees weren't, I mean, that's clearly honeysuckle wasn't planted by the tree committee. And Paul was stating that the trees that they were dealing with weren't planted by the tree committee, so.
But on the same token, we should have been. To me, when Jason said, "Well, you need to consult a tree company or so forth," maybe we weren't as clear as we should have been in consulting versus go out and get the tree company to do it. So I agree with Paul from that point that we need to be clear on who's going to do what and who has the authority to, make a financial commitment for the community.
Yeah.
I mean, for council.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right, exactly.
Okay, thank you. Moving on, next is the manager's report.
Okay, I'm going to move, there's something that we need to talk about that's not in my packet, and I'm going to do that first so that Johnny can go home and go to bed because he plowed snow all night. And that is the building at Sutton Farm. As we discussed earlier, there are some packages that can be bought from Menards and then constructed on site that would probably save some money. And Johnny did, he and Jason came up with their first and second choices, and there's only like $50 difference between the two. So my thought would be to go with the first choice. And unfortunately, I don't have extra copies because I stuck them in my packet and forgot to make those. But this is it's a 54-foot by 80-foot by 16.5-foot. They call it a hobby building, which I'm not really sure why. It's $30,623.83 for the package. The construction, the labor construction is estimated at between 18 and 20, but you think that can be reduced by us. We're going to supply part of the labor and the equipment to reduce that.
Correct.
And in speaking with Melissa today, and I did not get a chance to talk to you, I did talk to Jason, we believe that it would be appropriate to take half of the labor cost out of the sewer collection and half out of the electric, because those are two of the primary departments that are going to be housed in that, and those funds have plenty of money to support that. The money for the building itself would be, it's already allocated for this year, so we could go ahead and buy
Buy the kit.
And hopefully we could have some contractor costs by the 15th of December to bring before council with perhaps some legislation to encumber the money relative to that. So my recommendation to council at this point would be to buy that package and then figure out the labor costs. Johnny, what do you want to
I would say the same thing, but we along with the labor costs, we'll have the engineer's stamp and the permitting. So therefore, we need to secure the package on this year's budget, but then we need to get the engineer cost, we need to get the permit cost, and then get quotes on labor.
And we did have an engineer say that he would do that for the stamp fee, and then the cost of the permits.
And the reason why it's called a hobby barn is because there's no dividers in it.
Okay.
It's just an open barn. Myself and Jason talked about it. It would make easier access with just the two big doors. Then we can pull in different stuff. Me and him has had discussions on what to put in there. It'd be stuff that we can get out of the way, but we don't necessarily use every day. One would be my backyard machine. I've got the trailer sitting outside with a bucket on it, but I've got the machine wedged in a corner, getting ready to be sandwiched between three pieces of equipment. So therefore, you're right, we could actually afford it out of the operating.
Right, and the other building, just so you know, the difference is this building has multiple doors in it. It actually costs, like I said, about $50 less, but it's going to cost you more than that in heating costs because of all the extra doors that you have in it that are going to allow airflow.
Well, the other thing is, I think that was 14 foot versus 16.5.
Oh, it is, and it's also
the height.
It's also 48 feet instead of 54.
44 versus 88.
And is this just, is there a slab? Is there?
That, for right now, it will be just gravel, and the village will furnish the gravel base. And then if we get the structure, we can put it in there, get it out of the weather. And then as we need to, or as we have the money, then we could actually put in concrete as we go. We wouldn't necessarily have to do the whole slab one year. We could do half the building, and then following
Okay.
year the same way.
Because that, I mean, that was just going to be another big expense. So if
Right.
you don't have it,
Correct.
that's, you don't have concrete.
We're gonna park it on gravel.
Okay.
The electric can be done by me and my guys. And as far as the building, we would actually be doing the drilling of the holes, helping the contractor set the post and lift the trusses up, which is some of the big expenses. So we should be able to cut the cost of the original estimate down quite a bit.
Okay,
great.
Sounds good.
So you want us to move forward with the purchase of the?
Okay, sounds good.
All
right.
Before I leave, cemetery, the last 2 houses on the south side will be done Wednesday. And then they're cleaning as they go out. And poles will be delivered on Thursday for downtown. So as soon as the concrete's, we gotta let it sit for 10 days before we put poles up. So that it's strong enough to support them heavy poles.
Okay.
Okay.
And side note, you need to talk to Ruth Ann about mailboxes.
Okay, on cemetery?
Yes.
Okay.
Talk to Ruth Ann about mailboxes.
So-
So that's kind of the next thing is an update on the projects. You're good, Johnny, thanks.
Yeah, thank you,
Thank
Johnny.
you, Johnny.
Thanks for staying up late for us, too.
And getting up early.
And yes,
And
you can be
getting up
late in the
early.
morning. So as you heard, Cemetery Street is winding up, and we deeply appreciate the patience of the residents up there. I know it has been a very difficult time for them, and there have been a lot of problems, and I deeply appreciate them working through that with us. You also had the update on Streetscape while Jason was here, so hopefully that project will wind down by the end of the week, and we will be moving right along, and won't have any construction for a while, other than my house.
And I want to say one thing. I hear people say that we aren't investing in economic development. We have had so many infrastructure projects this year, and it's amazing that our small crew has been able to keep up with it. And every one of those infrastructure projects is an investment in economic development. And I think it's really admirable what's been going on, and I appreciate it. And construction's never easy, and it's so we appreciate, and the guys appreciate, everybody's patience.
Right, and, you know, there have been some concerns that perhaps, you know, the streetscape project could have been better time, but, you know, really there is no good time to dig up the sidewalks in a business district. There just isn't. So there's just a less worse time. So when we looked at the schedule, we looked at when there were events happening and how we could avoid impacting those events and how we could get it done before the Christmas shopping season started. And so this was the time that was chosen, and hopefully we will meet all those deadlines, and we'll have these nice new sidewalks for Yellow Friday.
Yes.
And also, Patty, I tell the guys I really appreciate the fact that they put on those colored vests, because it not only to make it easier to see them at night, it also made it easier to see them in the daytime.
Right, yeah.
And, you know, there was
Yeah.
no confusion over
Right.
who was working and who was a pedestrian.
A couple other things, I have begun the negotiations with HNTB, and I will keep council posted on the progress there. We've already discussed the re-advertisement for the Chief Search Committee. The meet and greet was tonight. I don't know how many people went there beforehand, but it was quite a good turnout, I thought.
Yeah, very good.
Great.
Turnout.
There will be a meet and greet for the Assistant Village Manager finalists this Thursday, November 20th, from 6 to 8 in rooms A and B, and everyone is welcome to attend. I think Rose said that she would be there. And I know there are some other folks that are going to be there, so everyone is welcome to come and meet the 2 finalists for that position as well.
Judy?
Just, it's been very busy.
Okay.
It's late. It's been really busy.
It's busy and it's late.
Thanks,
I
okay.
agree.
Let's whip through the standing reports. Lori, we'll start with you.
Yes, the Planning Commission met on last Monday, and we had 2 conditional use requests. And I believe we granted them both, but my computer died.
You what?
Oh, no, we
No.
granted one of them
And
because
the
it
other.
was everything was in order. The other one needed to be noticed for 10 days, so we are meeting actually next Monday to finish that work, and that's it.
I went to the
318
planning- Yeah, is that
Phillips.
it?
Yeah.
And I gave mine, let's see, mediation is going on as always, it was mine. And library, I think we meet in December.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you to the wasn't it mediation that helped with the forum
It
too?
was.
Yeah, we've been-
Tell them thank you. I thought they did a great job of managing that forum.
We've been keeping them busy.
Yes.
Okay, me? So HRC, we're having a retreat this Saturday, which is actually part of our ordinance, that we should have a retreat annually to talk about priorities and get things organized, and we're actually using Village Mediation to help us with that. So it's great to have a facilitator. YellowSpringsHelp.org is moving along. That's our online resource guide. We are having a training tomorrow at Friends Care so that people know how to use the system, and that'll be going online soon. The website's already up. And I did want to mention that Valuing Diversity conference that I mentioned before does also, you can get continuing education credits through that too. So it's a great program. Public Art Commission, we talked about a few things, but the main thing I wanted to report on that we'll be coming back to council with is the working title is Keeping Yellow Springs Beautiful Award. It may turn into Yellow Springs Inspires, but the plan is a quarterly award that basically recognizes business owners, private property owners, and things that they do to enhance Yellow Springs. So we're going to work on some criteria for that, bring it back to council, and make sure that we like that idea. I think it's pretty cool. Community Access Panel, we are going to sort of approve at our level a survey that we want to get out to the community. The main mission of Community Access Panel is to assess the needs of the community related to Channel 5, and we can bring that back to council and make sure that that looks okay, and then we're going to launch that through the YS News and other venues. And we've also continued to talk about the municipal broadband issues. One of the things that's been thrown out there is the idea of a wireless mesh downtown. I think we've all heard a little bit about it at this meeting. And so we want to look at potential partners for that and see if that might be a first step, an easy way to kind of launch into a next step of doing something more. So we'll have more information on that.
Who want to address this at all?
What is?
Oh, Aaron's.
Oh, yes. And I did want, going back to that, I think since the next HRC meeting is not until December 4th, that we can talk about that on December 1st, because we technically have not had a chance to do the interviews.
And that'll be you and Marianne?
Either Marianne and I, or if you're engaged, then I might ask another council member, but we'll do that before the next meeting. Before December 1st.
Yeah, I probably won't be able to.
Okay. So, Karen, could you do that?
Sure.
Okay, cool. That's it?
Can I add one addendum to my planning commission report? We need new members, so if you know of anybody who likes to think about what things should go where and whether people should be able to do things that might be, unusual, or are conditionally approved, but they have to meet conditions, and you want to help decide what those conditions should be, why that should appeal to the, the power-hungry person in all of us. Actually, no, I'm just joking. But it appeals to people who care about our community and what's going on. Land use is always inspiring to people, so please, please submit your applications.
And actually, I have a quick addendum. I wanted to, he's not here any longer, but we have our Miller Fellow now. David, what's his last name, Paul?
Oh, heck.
Well,
I'm drawing a blank.
David.
Introduce him next time.
We'll introduce him
okay,
next time.
sounds good. But we do have another Miller Fellow in the house. All right.
Okay, the Energy Board. The Energy Board met recently and had two topics of discussion. One was interest in a potential project called a community solar project. I forget if I said anything about that the last time. This is a project that is being proposed by Brett Henderson, who is no longer on the Energy Board because of potential conflict of interest. And I know Brett has talked with Patty and Johnny. I have, since that conversation, talked with Brett. I'm going to be talking with Dan Rudolph. So there are some potentials about this project, and it may be that the Energy Board will come to council with some more information about this. But this is a work in progress, right? I mean, the exploration of it is in progress right now.
It's a work in discussion.
Yes, a
Very
potential
preliminary.
preliminary discussion, yeah. The other thing that was discussed at the Energy Board was the recent community service conference and some of the keynote speeches that came out of that conference. So that's the Energy Board. Then the next thing is about the Environmental Commission. So as you know, we now have the legislation for the Environmental Commission. So I'm going to nominate 4 people for that commission. These are people who were interviewed by Lori and myself. And so we've had information about these people at least 2 council meetings previously. So we did not put that information out at this meeting, but I'll briefly say something about each one of them. So one of them is Jessica D'Ambrosio. She is a new professor at Antioch College. She has a PhD in environmental sciences, and she's specialty in hydrology. She lives in Columbus. She is in the co-op department at Antioch, and so her focus is on getting environmentally oriented co-op jobs for students. She's very excited about being on the Environmental Commission. I'm very excited about having that link with Antioch. The focus of Antioch, so much of the focus of the college is on environmental issues, and there are other resource people besides Jessica at the college, as well as students whose projects could impact the environment in the village. So I'm very excited about Jessica's potential as a member of the Environmental Commission. Another person is Deward Headley. He lives in Yellow Springs. He has a master's degree in environmental sciences, and he's particularly interested in environmental landscape. The third person is Tom Dietrich. He also has a master's degree in environmental sciences, and he's an environmental engineer. He lives in Thistle Creek, and Deward lives on Fairfield Pike in that new house that's sort of an interesting, it's not really quite passive house, but it's very highly insulated house. And the fourth, and both Deward and Tom are also very excited about being involved in the Environmental Commission. And the fourth person is Nadia Malarkey, who is a longtime resident. Nadia has had her own landscaping company for, I think, about 20 years, and has focused increasingly on, what's the, I'm trying to remember the term, where you're planting native species and organic planting and not using herbicides. And you may know she's doing a project called the Pollinator Regeneration Project, I think, with Tecumseh Land Trust and Antioch College. And so again, Nadia is very excited about being on the Environmental Commission. And I am really excited about working with these people and getting started on some work. And so I'm going to nominate Jessica and Dewart for 2-year terms, and I'm just doing this because they're the newest people to the community. That was the only, I mean, it's have some. And Tom and Nadia for 3-year terms.
Do you have a motion?
So I'd like to make a motion that the 4 people that I mentioned as nominees for the Environmental Commission be accepted by council to be on the Environmental Commission starting now.
Second?
All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Can I make a suggestion? Are you, if you do assign a chair when you guys have your meeting, have it be a non-council member?
Why?
Because I don't think, I mean, we typically don't have council members chairing commissions.
There's nothing in the legislation that says a council member can't be a chair. And given that we're starting this commission and we have a lot of work to do to decide what work we're going to do and how we're going to do it, I would like to start off as the chair.
I know you'd like it, but if I were you.
I mean, Brian's already chair of his commission,
Well, I
so
was
I
gonna
guess this
say-
is going in a direction that we probably.
Well, it's not official, but I think it's one of the things we have to discuss in the future.
I think it's a retreat discussion.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm comfortable having Mary Ann be chair for 1 year.
I agree.
And that's kind of what's happened with me. I've been de facto, but we're getting ready to pass that on. So.
Okay.
Is that
That's
suitable?
fine. Yeah.
Okay, and then the alternate?
Council alternate.
To Environmental Commission.
Yes.
I mean, I could be.
Okay.
Great.
Okay.
Okay.
But I'm not done.
Oh, you're not, okay.
So I have this letter that had been requested by Antioch that I wrote from me as the council member to the Environmental Commission. And while the Environmental Commission has not approved it, I would like council to confirm that council approves it, assuming that the Environmental Commission approves it.
I
get
kind
it
of suggested she
moved.
go through that process, and, yeah, I think it's.
So what do you want us to do?
Okay.
I'm
Do we
asking
just
you
okay it?
to.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Yeah.
very similar to.
I'm totally fine.
Yeah, that looks great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, and then the last thing I want to say, because it's something that I'm going to be saying more, is that Community Solutions and a group that's been meeting that involves different people in the community is looking at the concept of what's called a climate action plan. And what that is looking at some point in the future, and the other cities that I'm aware of do 2050, becoming carbon neutral. And it really is Oberlin in Ohio has such a plan. It involves a collaboration with the village, the industries, the schools, the colleges, businesses, at looking at various aspects. And I would see the Energy Board and the Environmental Commission playing some kind of role if we pursue this, but the village government would have to sign off on that. Now, this is quite a bit in the future, but given that it's a big thing, I just want to keep putting it forward.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm done.
Quickly, there's a chamber meeting this Thursday, 9 o'clock in the morning. It's a member meeting in A&B, and the discussion will be about marketing and advertising and events for the holidays. It will be a very relaxed meeting, so, and obviously it's primarily going to be of interest to merchants. MVRPC did not meet in November. I do have a meeting next week, I guess, or 2 weeks. And I'll go back up to the Greene County Regional Planning. Lots happening there. Stephen Anderson did resign. Interim director of the department is a gentleman by the name of Ken LeBlanc. And there is actually discussion about whether Greene County Regional Planning is going to continue in the iteration it is, and or whether it will be taken over by Greene County and be a county agency. So that's going to be interesting. I fear for the townships if that happens, to be quite honest with you, because Greene County doesn't see a piece of land that they don't think should be developed. So I don't know if I think that's a good thing, but they can only do what they can do. So, and please don't quote me on that. Sure.
You just said it in a public meeting.
Yeah, you're on a tape. But
Yeah, I know.
You're on TV.
I'm going to tell Chris that he can go ahead and take off.
Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you.
Okay. Let's. I don't even.
Session?
Yeah,
Oh, wait,
we
we have
don't
to
even
do-
need to review. Do we need to review the future agenda? I mean, we know. Let's see.
So, did we get the economic sustainability stuff?
Yes, and the reason. Okay, I'm sorry. I'll take 2 minutes for that. The reason that that's in there, the day or 2 days after the election, I sent Patty an email just saying I felt like Village Council needed to jumpstart. We needed to get back into a stronger economic development business push. And I sent her these documents. I wasn't sure if she had seen them. What we've decided is that is going to be a primary role of the assistant village manager. So rather than do it now, let's just wait. But I just wanted council to be aware of, and everybody to kind of get their head wrapped around the fact that we do need to make more of a commitment than we've made. And so I would like to again be involved in that. So future agenda items, I mean, can we just
Do you want me
get
to
'em?
zip you through what I got?
Okay, just
Go ahead, yeah,
So you
real
got
quick.
second reading 20, ordinances 25 and 26 coming back. You have salary survey coming back from Patty. You've got maybe the escape park awarding coming back.
Right.
Tree committee, oh, sorry, we did that. And sidewalk legislation, January 5th or 22nd, that's what I've got.
Well, there's supplemental
Oh, yeah, this stuff, yeah,
supplemental
stuff
and
that-
annual appropriations. And then it looks like maybe something to do with personnel.
If that's Patty's.
Okay. It's not important. I mean,
It'll be in your
those-
packets for next time. There'll be an explanation of it.
And I would entertain a motion to go into executive session for the purpose of the discussion of the sale of real estate.
So
So moved.
Real estate.
Second?
So McQueen, Intro.
Yes.
Aspen.
Yes.
Sims.
Yes.
Yes.
McQueen.
Yes.
Do you expect to come back and take action?
No, we don't. What are you making, Sue? What are you making? One? Just one? I haven't seen you knit in the meetings for a while. I haven't seen